When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense. When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Wherever you're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean, welcome to a special edition of the Make We Talk program. It's Make We Talk Current Affair. If you all are hearing me loudly, let me know if you all are hearing. It's a beautiful, beautiful Monday afternoon, and I don't know what's going on in the People's National Party camp, you know. It seems as if some big disarray going on within the ranks of the People's National Party. And it don't look good at all. Because based on what we're hearing, alleged allegation coming out that $15 million was offered to keep people mouth shut. And I don't understand what is really going on within the ranks of the People's National Party. The PNP is gaining momentum. And it seems as if they're out to lose the momentum. Welcome to the Make We Talk program. This evening we're going to talk to Ms. Joan Gordon-Webley. She is the People's National Party caretaker for West Rural St. Andrew. We're going to speak to her. We're also going to speak to Mr. Robert Stevens. He is the director for the Port Royal development. Is going over Port Royal, and there is a case in the court now wherein they're taking the government to court over Port Royal. And based on all that, we're gonna speak about that this evening. Mr. Rowe gonna come on anytime. Mr. Stevenson rather gonna come on anytime soon. I don't know what's going on with Lawrence Rowe and the People's National Party, you know. And the People's National Party must be very careful how they move people around, you know. They did it in Portland with Andre Moore, and they lost the seat when they put in Damon Crawford. They lost the seat and they put in Damon Crawford up there. And you keep on moving people around, don't look good. You're being told that $15 million was offered. That don't sound good at all either. It don't sound good at all either. I don't have any proof to that. That's what I've been told. As rumors spreading around, I have no proof to that. It's all over social media. But if that is the case, then something is fundamentally wrong somewhere. Something is fundamentally wrong somewhere if that is the case. And as we approach an election year, and the People's National Party is gearing up for them to have this disarray and this shebang around within the walls of the People's National Party, it don't sound good. It don't look good. Don't sound good, don't look good. One moment for me, please. Don't go anywhere. I got to turn something off here that is giving me a feedback. Yes. Here we go. That don't look good at all. It's alleged that 15 million was offered for the man to go off in the sunset. And I have no proof to that, but boy, that don't look good. It don't look good. There was a big thing that was sent to me wherein something came out of the hierarchy of the PNP. Why is it that the People's National Party love to put their dirty laundry in the public? Do you realize that the Jamaica Labour Party always try to keep their own shush-hush? I said this on this platform before, and I'm going to say it again. Mr. Golden, Mr. Mark Golden, you have to be very careful who you have around you, You have to be very, very careful who you have around you. Mr. Golden. You have to be very careful who you have around you, Leader Golden. Because some people are hell bent in bringing down Michael Manley Party. Some people are hell bent in bringing down Michael Manley Party. And I am saying this afternoon, that Leader Golden better be careful who he has around him. Because if he's not careful who he has around advising him, the PNP will be in political wilderness for a long while, And we don't want that in this country. It don't look good and it don't smell good. $15 million don't look good. Sorry, it don't look good. Because the man come out and said that they offer him 15 million to walk off in the sunset. And if he get 15 million to walk off in the sunset, and I don't know why as I keep on saying that the People's National Party has to bring their dirty laundry in the public domain. My God. What is next? What is next within the halls of the PNP. I wonder if Lady Sterling can give me a call from Caribbean radio station there. Miss Sterling, if you're listening to me, can you give me a call? You have my number. The voice of the Caribbean. I want to hear your take on all of this. Yes. Happy New Year to you too. Happy New Year, everyone who's just coming around. Share up this live feed. Share up this live feed. It is the Make We Talk Current Affair program. We have some important guests coming on this evening. We have Miss Joan Gordon-Webley. She's going to come on at 8 o'clock. She will be coming on at 8 o'clock to speak to us about her run for the West Rural Constituency. She's representing the People's National Party. You know, she's going to be the one who's going to represent the People's National Party in West Rural St. Andrew. And we are speaking about what is going on within the belly of the People's National Party. Within the belly of the People's National Party. And if that is the case, where $15 million is being offered for him to go off in the sunset, as what the late Wilmot Mutty Perkins would have said, free like a bird in the sky. It left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth. Because members of the Jamaican diaspora is asking questions this afternoon. They're asking questions. And we're here killing up ourselves that people must go out and do this and do that. Leader Golden, leader of the People's National Party. The Jamaican people are depending on you, sir. And you have some people around you, Leader Golden, who are hell-bent in bringing down this party of ours. Who are hell-bent in bringing down Norman and Michael Manley party. You need to listen to the people of the constituency, sir. For far too long, the two political parties continue disrespecting the people of the constituencies. Where they're running and putting who they want to put in there. Now what the people need. And that should not be. I don't know Lawrence Rowe, nor do I want to know Mr. Lawrence Rowe. But if the people want Lawrence Rowe there, let Lawrence Rowe stay there. The PNP have a habit of when they get momentum, they end up losing the momentum that they have. The People's National Party have a habit of changing people at the appointed time. They did that in Portland, in East Portland, with and the late Andrea Moore. They did that in Port Royal, not in Port Royal, in Portland rather, with the late Andrea Moore. And now they decide to come and do it again. They decide to come and do it again. When they did it with Andrea Moore, they put in our good friend Damien Crawford. And Damien lost that seat. if the People's National Party need to gain state power, you know, you're in the political wilderness for far too long. And I think and I believe that you people need to listen to the people more often. You have some people within the halls of the People's National Party who are arrogant, you know, who don't want to listen to the people. I want to say good afternoon to all our friends on TikTok who are just joining us. Good afternoon to you, good night to you. You're joining us on the TikTok Make We Talk YouTube channel. I want to say good night to you all for coming on. We're speaking about what is going on within the belly of... Hold on there. Within the belly of the People's National Party. You know. And it is good for us to speak our mind. My firm belief that there is some people within the belly of the People's National Party who hell-bent in seeing this party not gaining state power because they don't want to listen to the people. Do you all remember at Andrea's Moore funeral what took place? What Andrea Moore husband said? Now, I don't know what happened to Mr. Rowe and the hierarchy of the People's National Party, you know. I don't know. But Andrea Moore's husband went on and said that there is people within the People's National Party who believe that they know it all. I don't care who like me from who don't like me, and who love me from who don't love me, you know. You have some people who are in high positions who believe they know it all. And they don't want to listen to the people. But they need to. Good night, caller. Welcome to the program. You're live.
Good night, Mr. Tavares.
Good night, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. I hear you. Good night. Are you hearing me?
Hello?
Are you hearing me, sir? Good night. You hearing me? What's going on here? Hello? Hello, are you hearing me? Hello? I don't know what's going on. Good night, sir. Welcome to the program. You're live.
Good night, Mr. Tavares.
Yes, sir.
Don't get into those propaganda bandwagon with Mr. Lawrence.
What propaganda bandwagon, sir?
What I know? You know that there's a survey done lately in Central Kingston with Mr. Lawrence Rowe.
Uh-huh.
Do you try to find out what the integrity of the PNP party found out about Lawrence Rowe?
Uh-huh.
There's more to it than what Lawrence Rowe is saying.
So hold on there. Since you're an old comrade, 15 million was offered for him to go off in the sunset?
None like that. None like that.
So where 15 million come from?
Ask what you need to find out. Ask the question, when did Mr. Lawrence Rowe send in or inform for to become a JLP candidate? That's the question you need to ask.
No. I'm asking you, sir.
That's Mr. Lawrence Rowe and it's some JLP people try to.
Why the whole JLP come involved in this?
Well, that's what I'm telling you. Ask Mr. Question you must ask. Is it true that Mr. Lawrence Rowe have been filled up to be a member of the JLP party? since December. That's the question we ask.
So hold on there. He filled out some forms for joining the Labour Party.
See, that's what I'm going to tell you if you ask them question there.
Oh.
Ask them question there. He's not as innocent as how he make people look. Right? After the story, they have not told what this man is doing, what I've done in Central Kingston.
So in other words, he's wrecking the People's National Party then by saying that the leader offered him $3 million, $15 million?
That's what he's doing.
Oh.
That's what he's doing.
Oh Lord.
I don't because PMP not come watch them public, then close in public. Why don't you?
But it is in the public already because they keep on saying that the PNP offer Lawrence Rowe $15 million to go off in the sunset free like a bird.
He was a JP offer and than PNP.
And it is also said that the PNP broke.
That makes sense. And think your PNP broken off a man $15 million. That doesn't make any sense.
I know Mr. saying that, so me here. So let me ask you this question as an old comrade.
Yeah.
Is there people in the party advising the party leader right or wrong?
No, there's an integrity body in the PNP. Who look at who investigate any issue that come up with a candidate.
And
so, and those are the primary advisor to Mr. Golden.
And you believe that they're advising the party leader correctly?
Well, if based on my understanding, if Mr. Golden and follow them from day one, Mr. Rowe wouldn't be there now.
Oh, so what is it true? Is it true that Leader Golden went around the integrity head of the PNP and put in Mr. Rowe? Is that true?
That's my understanding, sir.
Oh, so what are you saying that Mark Golden end up putting in himself into a disarray?
No, I think what I think Mark Golden based upon because he was there campaign with Miss Duncan in previous election. He believed he was more closer to the people.
So do you believe now that retired SSP Steve McGregor is the right person to go in?
Remember Steve McGregor going that era, no man. Steve McGregor going there, go Casey there, working the era. Steve McGregor is no stranger to the era.
Well, we have been trying to get the top grass of the People's National Party. And
no.
Based on what I'm hearing,
what you need to do, you need to call the people from Central Kingston to come on your program.
Well, I hear them. You want me to play something? Let me hear they say. They said, hold on, man. The people in Central Kingston is saying that if party leader Mark Golden do not put back Lawrence Rowe, no vote.
Yeah, you sure those are PMP? That are PMP supporters.
How should I know? Is I hear it on a news program?
All right. Well, I know.
You want me? Hold on there. You want me to go down on the ground and ask them that?
No, I know. I'm sorry, you don't know people in Central Kingston, so you could call.
So you know people in Central Kingston? Hold on there. You know people in Central Kingston who can call me? They can call on WhatsApp, you know.
I'm going to call them and tell them to call you.
Yeah, man, give them a note to call me now because I need to know what is going on.
If you are them, call you. But
all right.
Mr. Lawrence Rowe is not a great batter.
Oh.
Don't make him
so
what he
hold
saying.
On no. Hold on there now. If he's not a great batter, why did the party leader put him there then?
Well, as I tell you, he was campaigning with Miss Duncan from the last election.
So because he was campaigning, they put him there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Because when I hear, when I do my
hold on there, is Lawrence Rowe from Central Kingston?
I think he's at work in Central Kingston.
So he's not born and grown.
I don't think he's born and grown in Central Kingston. Oh. He's at work with Miss Duncan in the last election now.
I heard you, sir. I heard you, but I'm just asking if the man is from Central Kingston.
No, but there's a lot of things.
So talk to me, no man. The program they make we talk.
No. Then everything you can talk and hear about somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because I'm not in Jamaica now. And I make my call and I hear everything about what's going down.
Oh, so make some call for me then, and then call me.
Yeah. Then you can talk to what's your name?
Who?
Your great brethren, them one.
Head boy.
What next one name?
Conrad O'Brien.
What next one name? The next friend, them one.
Which other friend?
The human right. Mr. Crooks.
I don't
have
Mr. Crooks number. I don't know who you talk. Who named Crooks?
What's his name? The human right person on my program, man.
My program, my name Crooks?
Well, I don't remember his Crooks' name. What's his name again? He was always on your program, man, talking. He's one of those human rights activists.
You mean Luke George Cook?
Luke George. Call him and talk to him.
You believe Luke not come and contact what go along in the PNP now?
But if he's
a man in the street.
He's a man in the street, he might hear
what's going on. Me no know hearsay. Me want from the belly of the PNP.
Hold on. Let me tell you something, man. In politics, hearsay is some of the most important point. Hearsay. That's what run politics.
Well,
that's what run politics.
I want you to call some people in Central Kingston and tell them to call me because
I just send a program to treat somebody.
All right, tell them to call me.
Yeah.
All right, thanks much. Boy, I don't know what's going on, but something not right at all. Something not adding up at all. I don't know what's going on within the belly of the PNP. This don't look good. It don't look good. And if they're saying that the gentleman is not the right person for it, then my God. Anyway, I think we have our guests on. We also have our two guests on. We have His Excellency Sir Robert Stevenson is on, and we're going to have Mr. Wilfred Radigan. Will, I'm not seeing you at all. Black like a midnight, like how they block up the PNP in a Central Kingston. Sir Stevenson, I want to hear your mic. I'm not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear, all Central Kingston here. I thought they were going to call you to run for Central Kingston, man. Gentle people, welcome to the program. We have with us this evening a gentleman who has been a former tourism director for Jamaica. He's now the he's the director of the Port Royal Development Company Limited. And he is none other than Mr. Robert Stevenson. Mr. Stevenson, welcome to the program, sir. And tell us who you really are.
Well, first of all, it's not Stevenson, it's Stevens.
Stevens, oh, sorry, Stevens.
And, well, let me tell you, when I was director of tourism, I discovered that what really separated Jamaica from the rest of the world was the fact that we had a culture, a history that was very exciting and vibrant. And everybody wanted to walk like a Jamaican, talk like a Jamaican, sing like a Jamaican, dance like a Jamaican. So I realized that really what we need to do is we need to change the focus of tourism.
Yes.
From sun, sea, sand, and sex to bring in our culture and our history and begin to promote the whole historic triangle in particular, which is Spanish Town, Port Royal, and downtown Kingston, and begin to develop that area in terms of its cultural heritage tourism product. Because that to me is the richest part of our product that can be marketed to the rest of the world. So I started a company called Pragma Development Limited because I had a company called Pragma Consultants Limited.
Right.
So I thought what I would do is I would develop Port Royal to begin with, but link it to Kingston and to Spanish Town via a ferry service going around the harbor. And we would bring in cruise ships, and we would also develop the entire area as a rich heritage tourism destination. So that was the vision.
Yes, sir.
I started off by writing to the then Prime Minister, who was Michael Manley. And he said, boy, I love the idea. Tell you what, work with a team that I'm going to appoint and let us put together a proposal to go to Cabinet and then to Parliament. So that was done in October of 1995. And we presented and it was accepted. And we then had an agreement within a year that was essentially an agreement with government to be a partner in the development of Port Royal. We spent about 1.5 million US dollars at the time. And after we presented our plans and the details of what we wanted to do, the government came back to us and said, look, you've got to do an environmental impact assessment study. You have to do an archaeological impact assessment study. You have to do radar surveys of the land, sonar surveys of the sea, and various things that they put on the table, which would have cost about 3 million US dollars. And we said, look, we have already invested $1.5 million in bringing the concept to the fore, putting it before cabinet, putting it before the government. So if you need all these things to be done, why don't you come in as a partner and put up that amount of money? That was agreed. And therefore, the government became majority shareholders in a company that was reformed because Pragma Development Limited was encapsulated into Port Royal Development Company Limited. And the government now had 70% of the shares in Port Royal Development Company Limited. And we, the private sector investors, had 30%. But it was understood that this was really the beginning because the final project was going to require in the range of hundreds of millions of US dollars. And we'd have to go back to the private sector to get that money. Well, we did eventually put all the documents together that the government wanted. And we went back to the international marketplace with Citibank in 2001. We hit the market around about May of 2001. And in July, there was a flare-up in Tivoli Gardens. I don't know if you remember. There was a big flare-up in Tivoli, and there were about 20-odd, 30-odd people killed. And that kind of spooked a lot of the investors. But we got them back to the table. And no sooner had we gotten them back to the table, and along came 9/11. So all the investors then got spooked and said, look, we better revisit this project in a year or two when things are more conducive to investment and tourism and so on. So we put the project on the shelf for about a year or two. But then we had a chairman of the UDC who decided that he wasn't going to have any board meetings of the board of Port Royal Development Company. And that continued for about 6 years.
Hold on for me. He said, hold on for a minute, Sir Stevenson. He wasn't going to have any meeting with the board of directors of Port Royal Development?
No, because...
Do you know why?
Well, his version of his approach to the whole thing was that government should be doing the development and that the private sector really should not be getting involved in the development of such a major project. So the idea of doing a private-public partnership was still in its very young days, and governments are very skeptical about private sector involvement because when the private sector gets involved, there's a lot more transparency. In other words, you can select who is going to get the shops and who going to get the restaurants and who is going to be the main players in terms of getting contact with the visitors. That when a government does the project, they have the right to choose who the investors will be in the restaurants and in the shops and in whatever else. So I think that was the major problem that caused the delay, because eventually in 2007, we got back on track where we started having board meetings and meetings of shareholders. But the problem was that we had had about a 5-year, 6-year shelving of the project. So we had to start from scratch again in terms of getting in.
Mr. Stevenson?
Interest and understanding.
Yeah, no, continue from because
Hello?
no, what happened? We lost you there a while ago.
Oh,
Can you
I'm
repeat what
sorry.
you were saying, please? Can we lost you there a while ago? Repeat what you said a while ago, please.
Yeah, well, what happened was that there was this hiatus for a few years, but we got back on track in 2007. But a new government, you remember, government changed in 2007, and that was a
Yes,
switch
sir.
from the PNP to the JLP. The new JLP government decided that the Port Authority should do the project. So they went to the Port Authority head and said, look, you guys get involved in doing the Port Royal development, and we will essentially bring in the private sector when we need them. I objected, but the reality is that the government had the handle in that case because of the fact that they were majority shareholders. So we sat by and we waited until, eventually the Port Authority came back to me and said, look, we've gone to the cruise lines, and the cruise lines said that you have been the man driving the project from the beginning. They're willing to deal with you, but they don't want to deal with government alone. They would like to deal with the private sector as well.
Right.
So the Port Authority came to me and said, look, you have to give up all your rights and hand it over to the Port Authority. And I said, but that's absolutely ridiculous.
Hold on for me. Hold on for me.
Yeah.
I'm going to continue. Mr. Rattigan, are you hearing us? Mr. Rattigan? I think he's working on something in the background there to get on. But what I don't understand, why is the Port Authority saying that they don't want to deal with you?
Again, it's an attitude that successive governments in Jamaica have had, yes, which is they want control of the project and they want to be the ones to decide, as I said, who is going to get the shops, the restaurants, etc. And that really cannot work when you have a private-public partnership, because clearly the private sector has to have a word. And usually, how I explain to them it would be done is that you would want a restaurant, for instance, a Chinese restaurant, a Jamaican restaurant, a French restaurant, etc. And you put out tenders, you invite proposals, and you select the best proposal to get the restaurant or the shop or whatever it is.
Yes.
But successive governments feel that they are the ones that need to handpick the people who get the restaurants or the shops or whatever. And that has been a major problem throughout. Anyway, fast forward to 2024. And what has happened is that the same attitude prevails, where the Port Authority is trying to do the project on their own, and they have ignored the private sector investors who invested from 1995, $1.5 million in bringing the project to the fore. Yes. So we have argued that we have rights, and we therefore cannot be just tossed aside. What they need to do is recognize our rights. So we took the matter up to court, And I sent you a copy of the ruling of the justice, which essentially said, in a nutshell, that the private investors have a case to bring against government for damages because the government has usurped the rights of the private sector investors. And instead of dragging this matter further through the courts, the judge recommended that we basically go to arbitration, sit down around the table and decide how we are going to sort it out. And, hopefully we can sort it out very quickly. Well, the government decided in their wisdom, which I should say is a usual strategy of this government in particular, they decided to appeal. The decision of that judge was taken in February of 2024, and we are still awaiting the hearing of the appeal. We now understand the appeal is to take place in April of this year. So that brings you fully up to date with where we are.
We have just joined us now Mr. Wilfred Rattigan, the host of Recent Rattigan, retired FBI agent and attorney at law. Mr. Rattigan, welcome to the program, sir.
Good evening. Good evening to everybody. Bobby, how are you?
Greetings, man. Greetings.
Happy New Year to you and your family, sir. And,
thank you very much.
Yeah, big up everybody in the chat, all the viewing, listening audience.
You have any question for Mr. Bobby? Read
I had some difficulty getting on in the beginning, so I didn't hear the presentation, but I've read the newspaper article and I've read the court's decision. Bobby, explain to us this idea of the court saying that as far as arbitration is concerned, your group is not in a position to call for arbitration because that was for like the majority shareholders and the government.
That's correct.
Yeah, what are your feelings about that? What if they decide that we're going to just have arbitration and we have it without you? I mean, what role would you play at that point?
Well, the point is this, that I believe that if we sit down around the table, we can come to an agreement. And immediately we inform the judge that we certainly would be in favor of arbitration. But the government decided that they're going to continue in the courts and appeal the case. But if you read the judge's position, it is clear that the weakness of the government's case is totally exposed. In fact, they have no case. And therefore, the appeal, in our opinion, is just to buy time in order to drag out this matter further.
They've been dragging it out for a while now. So, I mean, based on the judge's opinion, what more is there for them to drag out? Because you're proven to be a very resilient party. So,
well, look here. Reality is that it would be great if there was not more serious attention to what really has been preached, and that is private-public partnerships are supposed to be what will take us to development stage where we can boast about what we want in 2030. But if the government keeps on fighting the private sector in this case, and probably the reason is because the majority of the private sector involved is local, it's not foreign. Usually government is willing to sit down and discuss public-private or private-public partnerships with foreign investors, but they seem to be reluctant to partner with locals. And that is the case in Port Royal.
The private equity in this is 1.5. Tell me if I'm wrong. I think it's 1.5 million US dollars, right?
Correct. And the total amount of the shares in the company is about 5 million. So we have about a third of the shares, and the government has about 70%. The fact is that they're using their majority position to really, take advantage of us, if you will. And that is what the court ruled on and said that's absolutely unfair. And that is why they recommended that we go to arbitration.
All right. No, it's just a recommendation because, like the court said, if they go to arbitration, it takes it outside the jurisdiction of the court. But you
Absolutely.
can't take it, right? But you can't take it to arbitration. It has to
No,
be
I can't.
right. So, you know, it's one thing to have a case. It's another thing to prove your damages. You've invested, I mean, you're the group that you represent, the shareholders, they've invested about 1.5 million. What are your
Right.
damages and how do you go about proving the damages?
Well, let me tell you, that is something that will have to come out, whether we have arbitration or the court will rule. But usually, how the court looks at this thing is that they take the time when you invested your money and then they value it at today's dollar value. And then that is the value of the shares in the company. So if the government wishes to take over the company totally and control it 100%, what they would have to do is compensate the 1.5 million US shareholders to the value of what the shares would be valued at today. And the
Okay.
court has different ways of going about valuing that. But, you know, that is how we see it. I'm sure the government sees it in a different light, and that is why they've appealed.
Now, any investment carries, or investment in general carries a certain amount of risk. And so
Agreed.
that's why it's called an investment. It's not a guarantee. Now, you say that it would be based on what the shares are worth now. Let's say, for example, that the 1.5 million invested has devalued because, you know, they get some auditor to come in and say, well, the company is not worth what it was back when the 1.5 was invested. Actually, now it's worth, the 1.5 is now worth $500,000.
Right.
How do you address that? Or you just
Well,
take
that's
that?
something which, as I say, it's not for me to decide.
Mhm.
That's for the courts to decide. But I was just explaining to you how the courts usually decide these things. Don't forget this, you know, that the Port Royal project is proceeding, but it is proceeding without the private shareholders being involved. And the point is that the company was established as a joint venture company with the government. We started the company. Before you came on, I was explaining that the company started as Pragma Development Limited. When the government came in and took over control, in ours, put in their 70%, the name of the company was changed to Port Royal Development Company Limited, which then became a public-private partnership. Okay? And therefore, they owe it to us to continue the project, which was established. The whole company was established to develop Port Royal. What they have done is taken it outside of the company and continuing the development without the involvement of the private shareholders. And let me also point out something else. The government has invested, I don't know how much they have invested totally, but let's say 15, 20 million US dollars to date. What with a new cruise ship pier, as well as there's a museum going in, and they have recently put in a part of the infrastructure, the pipeline, the water pipeline. That investment was put in stages. It's what you call piecemeal development or piecemeal investment. And without having a whole package, you can't sell a destination. When you're developing a destination, you develop your infrastructure as well as your restaurants, as well as your shops, as well as all the things at once. What has happened in this case is that you put in the infrastructure in stages. For instance, the cruise ship pier was put in almost 5 years ago. But all that money has been invested and we have only had 2 cruise ships visit. So, you know, it really is not worth the investment and you're not getting a return on investment because the total package is not invested in and developed.
Let me ask this: who? And forgive me for asking, because I can't recall, you know, the sequence of events. But did you approach the government, or when I say you, collectively, private industry, or
That's
private
right.
sector? Did you approach the government, or did the government approach you, or was it a mutual approach?
We went to the government with the proposal. I explained that way before you came on.
Okay.
When I was director of tourism, the fact is that I discovered that what separated Jamaica from the rest of the world was our culture, our history, our art, our craft, our music, our food, the way we walk, the way we talk. And really, in order to present that properly, what you have got to do is change the focus of tourism from sun, sea, sand, and sex to begin to promote our culture, which includes our music and all these things. And the core of that is coming from between Kingston, Port Royal, and Spanish Town. So the historic triangle of Port Royal, Spanish Town, and Kingston was where I went and focused my attention. I went to the government with a proposal. It was taken to cabinet. It was then taken to the parliament, and it was approved. At a point in time, the government decided they were going to come in as majority shareholders. And that is the point that I've been making all along, that the whole concept of the development of Port Royal to be a viable investment for private-public partnership came from moi, not from the government.
Well,
and that's worth something.
Right. No, I agree. Now, the question uppermost in my mind is what went wrong? Because you took the time, you developed this project in your head. It started out with you, and then you expanded it to include the government. The government approved it. Everyone was on the same sheet of music. And then the government, after this, you have this private government, private public partnership established. The government decided at some point that they would rather go it alone. In your estimation, and I don't think I was able to gather this from the court filings or from the article in the newspaper. What went wrong? Because it seemed like a perfect relationship, and it seemed as if it was a very accommodating relationship. What went wrong?
The fact is that government likes to be in control of everything. And what they want to do is decide who gets the shops, who gets the restaurants, etc., as I've said before. And when you have a private-public partnership, it is far more transparent. What we would have to do as private-public partnership partners is that we would invite proposals from private sector to bid on, for instance, shops or restaurants or whatever. And then we choose the best one, not based on the political color of what you support, but based on the best proposal.
So
that is where the whole breakdown is.
Okay, over the approval process or the contract with potential store owners.
That's right. And look, the fact is this, right? We have done it using the Port Authority before in Port Antonio, where they developed a beautiful marina as well as a cruise ship pier, right? But they did not involve the private sector of the town of Port Antonio. Therefore, it fell flat on its face. In Falmouth, what they did was a similar thing. They involved the cruise lines, but they did not involve the community, the people in Falmouth itself, the business people in Falmouth. So what you do is you create an enclave where the visitors come in. They're essentially locked away from the public, from the people of Falmouth. And then you put them on buses and take them to attractions which are hundreds or 50 or at least 50 miles away. You take them to Ocho Rios, you take them to Dunn's River Falls, you take them to other attractions. But you don't really allow the people to go into the town of Falmouth and essentially benefit the people of Falmouth. That's one of the big problems we have with tourism today. We're focusing on these mass tourism developments, which are controlled by national corporations, and we're not looking at the effects, the positive effects on the communities that surround them. So you have resorts on the north coast that are developed, and next door you have a slum. You have essentially a squatter settlement, and they don't have proper services. That's not the way to go about developing tourism. What you need to do is develop tourism in an inclusive fashion, involving the communities and the people who are part of Jamaica's culture and history.
Community tourism is a viable, it should be viable for the development of a country, because then you get the money circulating, not just with the resorts, where we know that a lot of the money is coming into the resorts. It's not staying in Jamaica. So you get the money in the community, you attract businesses. But here's a problem. There's an elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about. When I say nobody, not this configuration of people here. And that is the element of crime. That they say, look, if we allow these people to go out in the community, God knows what's going to happen, and then it's going to really wreck the tourism industry. So let's do it in a safe way, where we know that, okay, we pick them up in a bus, we drop them off to a Chinese store or some store that's not affiliated with the community. They do whatever, they buy products not made in Jamaica, and the money that they spend is probably most of it not gonna stay in Jamaica. And then they get back on the cruise ship and then they leave. No harm, no foul. What do you say about the issue of crime?
Well, let me tell you something. Which comes first? Is it the crime that comes first, or is it the fact that you have a tourism industry that does not really benefit the communities? If the community is not benefiting, if the money is not spreading in the community, you're going to have crime, because you have poverty. You also have a situation where there's no focus on crime prevention. There's no major focus on getting into communities and upgrading the communities. We have inherited from slavery a situation where people have captured land and they have not been given their rights. What we need to do is we need to begin to address that. When we talk about developing tourism resort areas, we need to look at it as a total package, not just a hotel plunked down on a beach, but we need to involve the communities surrounding and ensure that they are upgraded as well. We have to begin to look at this in a bigger picture way. If you want to reduce crime, you have got to reduce the slums, you have got to reduce the squatter settlements, you have got to provide proper water, sewage, and roads for the people in those communities. But this is not the focus of the government. And when I say the government, I'm not talking about the JLP or the PNP government. It's both of them that have not really focused on this integrated approach to development. Everything is essentially looking at the benefits that accrue to the major investor. So now our focus is on 1,000-room hotels so that they can come in and essentially recolonize Jamaica. The fact is that what we need to be doing is looking at boutique type development of hotels, attractions, restaurants, etc., so that the money spreads throughout the community. Currently, the majority of the money is not even coming into Jamaica. The people book online, they pay online, the multinational corporation does not declare profits in Jamaica. If you look at the whole question of taxation, the amount of taxes that is paid by the tourism industry is ridiculously low. Why? Because they only pay a head tax for the people that stay in the hotel. What is the problem there is that the major hotels that are operating in Jamaica today, the majority of them are multinational corporations that have their headquarters in, let's say, Cayman or one of the other areas where they have tax breaks. So they don't declare any profits in Jamaica. So they don't pay any taxes in Jamaica. So we are not benefiting from the development of tourism with the model that we have now.
It's funny you say that that the government collectively, not just this government, but both parties, that they haven't really examined and addressed the problem comprehensively, effectively, efficiently. But then, somebody could reasonably make the argument. Oh, do you think it's a reasonable argument for the government to say, but look, we have Zozos, and Zozos clear, hold, and build. That's about building communities and putting in infrastructure, and we're doing it. We're doing it in Mount Salem for the last, from 2018 till now. We're still working on it, Give us a chance. What do you say to that argument?
You need to have a comprehensive urban upgrading program that is not just targeting one or two communities, but is island-wide. And that needs to be led by the National Housing Trust. The Housing Trust I'm a founding member of the Housing Trust, okay? I started with the Housing Trust in 1976. So I understood the mandate that we had. The fact is, we have strayed from that. We're not taking the money and investing it in development of communities. What we're doing is we're doing even middle income and higher income housing and selling it to make a profit. The Housing Trust has become a housing bank, which is focused on profit. So it has $200 billion, which is being invested, not in housing, but in various investments in order to improve its financial status. As far as I'm concerned, it has lost its way. So the government has to have a total look at itself. And when I say this, I'm talking about any government, whether it is JLP or PNP. You have to have a soul-searching exercise that begins to look at how we're going to develop our country for the year 2030 to be a first world country. And we can achieve it. But we need to have a plan, and we need to be serious about it. Currently, what is happening is that we're doing piecemeal developments, and it's all oriented more towards benefiting the foreign investor rather than the Jamaicans who live here.
I want to play a video. You did an interview on, I think it was CVM. And I want our listeners and Mr. Rattigan to listen and watch this video here, where the Prime Minister is boasting about the development of Port Royal. Let's watch this video. Before I say it, let's watch this video here. Hold on there for me. Let's go to this part here and get the video. Let's watch this video right here. It has a little more advertisement in it because I didn't get a chance to edit it. But before we do that, Mr. Stevens, I want to put up this video here. There's a massive fire at a home in St. Elizabeth as we speak.
Well, guys, me just a pass. I go up a burn ground, carry my daughter, go pick up her stuff. Tomorrow. Look here. House here burn down straight to scratch. I not even can drive past. Jesus Christ. Guys, me I go help them. Guys, me I go pause the camera and try to help them. Well, guys.
Just catch a fire, so somebody like.
Jesus Christ, the whole house is burned down, guys. Jesus Christ. Also, you know what, pass this.
There you have it. A house is on fire in somewhere in St. Elizabeth. I think they said brown ground in St. Elizabeth. There's a house on fire there. But
burnt ground?
Yeah, burnt ground, yes.
Yeah.
I want to play this video here that Sir Robert Stevenson did on CVM. Didn't get the chance to edit it properly, but watch this video here.
It's now time for the business report with Joel Crosskill.
Lots to share with you in the business report today, as it relates to the redevelopment plans for Port Royal, which today witnessed the commissioning ceremony for the Port Royal Pipeline Replacement Project, designed to provide the historic location with potable water. Prime Minister Andrew Holness, who delivered the keynote address, outlined the strategy behind the development of what was once known as the richest and wickedest city in the world into a world-class destination.
You're going to see more hotels come. You're going to see the restaurants improve, and we are going to make the investments, not to displace the people who are here, who have built an industry, a name, and a brand, but to support them further in improving and expanding their product, so that when we talk about Port Royal as a destination now, this is going to be the place where people will choose to come and have their festivals and concerts, where cruise ships will come to explore the rich history that is here in your various museums. Even cemeteries are a place where people come to visit. We have such wealth of historical sites that we can develop. So Port Royal is going to become a new economic hub for Kingston. It will add to our GDP. It will create revenues which will more than pay back for the over $2 billion worth of investment that we have made when you add up everything together. And it will last us, it will give us a 20, 30, 40-year run of revenues from which we now can use to give water to people in other areas of Jamaica. So that is the strategy of the government. And no one can say that the investment in Port Royal will not yield results for the country.
While that is likely the case, there are questions being raised regarding the rate at which it's likely to take place, as Robert Stevens, a director of the Port Royal Development Company Limited, which is currently in court with the government regarding a breakdown in a PPP arrangement for Port Royal's development, describes a scenario that could see the complete development of the space in a matter of years.
We came up with a plan, which was an all-inclusive plan where we would develop the town of Port Royal, including all the infrastructure, the houses, the facilities that were in the town, and then add to it. We would add attractions, we would add restaurants, we would add various things that you could, shops, etc. And the idea was that we were going to do a comprehensive development of Port Royal, including a sunken city museum. The fact is that what has happened is that the government has taken over the project, ignored the joint venture that we had, and decided to do it on their own, but they're doing it piecemeal. The driver has got to be a private-public partnership, because the amount of money that is required, government cannot find that money to come up with to do the project one time. What they would have to do is stretch it out over 20 years. Which is exactly what is happening now. We need to view Port Royal as the beginning of the development of the historical triangle of Port Royal, downtown Kingston, and Spanish Town. And in order to really bring that to life, you have to link all three with a ferry service. And the ferry service was to link downtown Kingston with Portmore, with Port Royal. And the idea was you could move around the harbor freely and visit all the attractions that you have, not just in Port Royal, but downtown Kingston as well as in Portmore area, you know. You could go to the beach, for instance, over by Helsha. So the whole idea of developing just a cruise ship pier, and now you're putting in a pipeline to go to Port Royal to give them fresh water, is, as I said, doing it piecemeal.
Stevens estimates the total cost of completion at between $300 to $400 million US, with a timeline of between 2 to 3 years if allowed to execute on the vision.
Reality is this, you know, that Port Royal was declared a historical site and is applying now for World Heritage Site status. But what needs to be done is when you present that plan, you have to present a comprehensive plan of development as well as management of the area. And as far as I'm aware, that has not been done.
The Port Royal Development Company director suggests that greater attention must be paid to encouraging the capacities of local tourism entrepreneurs, or risk losing out on the best aspects of Jamaica's public-private partnership framework.
It's not just 1,000-room hotels and foreign investors that we must try to attract. We must develop our homegrown investors and attract them to get involved in boutique-type tourism. And when I say boutique-type, I mean boutique hotels, boutique attractions, with things that can be managed by Jamaican investors rather than just talking or shouting out about the 1,000-room investors. We really need to re-examine our whole approach to tourism and begin to look at it in a more holistic way and recognize that our main players that we need to be talking to and assisting and developing are Jamaican players or Jamaicans from the diaspora.
And that was your business report. I'm Joel Crosskill.
Mr. Stevenson, were you
Yes.
at that handing over ceremony?
No, I was not invited.
Oh. So in other words, based on listening to what the Prime Minister is saying, he's taking credit for everything.
Aye. Need I say anything?
And all of what is going on, it started from you, then it is in the court now. It's in the court now for you. In other words, they're taking everything away. And they are the one who is saying they are developing it. And you're gonna have hotels are coming. In your plan, did you have a plan wherein the locals were involved in all the plans that's gonna happen in Port Royal?
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, I'll tell you more than that. We posted all our plans on the walls of the restaurant that is out there, as well as the little bars, as well as the community center, the library, etc. And we took comments from members of the public and from the community on those plans, and we rearranged the plans according to what the inputs were from them. Because one of the things that's very important is that if you're going to develop an area, you have to prepare the people for what is coming. The first thing that we did was we set up a learning center in the Port Royal School. Yeah. And that learning center had up-to-date computers and software where we were teaching the youth as well as the elders in the community about what are the things that they could do that could earn money when the Port Royal project came on stream. All of those plans were shelved. What has been happening now is that the government is doing this thing, as I say, in a piecemeal fashion. Today you have a cruise ship pier. Tomorrow you have water coming into the town. The next one they're going to announce is a sewage treatment facility. Then they're going to announce the fact that they're redoing the roads, etc. That will take us 20 years at the pace at which they're going. While the first investment that was made, which was a cruise ship pier, will then have to be upgraded and updated because it's been sitting idle for the past umpteen years. It don't make sense. It really is not the right way to go about investment if you're serious about making a return on that investment.
We have lost you, Sir Smith. Sir Robert?
Yes, sir.
We have lost you, sir. We have lost you a while ago.
Oh, sorry. What I'm saying is that if you stretch out the investment over 10 years, what you're going to do is you're going to lose the whole impact of having a destination. The cruise ships are not going to come in and bring visitors to a place that still has sewage running in the streets and doesn't have an upgrading of the water supply and doesn't have the upgrading of the housing for the people. The entire area has got to be developed, and then you can bring in visitors and they'll seriously want to come back.
But my question though, we have lost you again. We have lost your audio again, sir.
All right, well, I don't know why. Did you turn it off?
No. Hold on for me. Okay.
I have my audio open.
It's all right. Good. Go ahead. I think I was watching a delay thing a while ago. I'm sorry. My question to you, though, isn't looking at Port Royal from my standpoint, or my vantage point, when there is a hurricane along that strip there, that road leading into Port Royal is always flooded by water, by the sea coming from two sides. Do you have any idea, all right, with your plan that you had, did you have a plan where you're going to raise the road?
Absolutely.
What was the plan?
The infrastructure that we had was inclusive of new water supply, new roads, the upgrading of the existing facilities, as well as restoration of historical sites, and inclusive also was the whole putting in of all the infrastructure, which included the cruise ship pier. But as I'm saying, you can't do this thing piecemeal. You have to do it all at once, so that within 2 to 3 years you have a destination. What is happening now is that the government started putting in the cruise ship pier, I think it was about 5 years ago. And we have had 2 cruise ship visits. So you're really talking about something which is like a false start took place, right? You really need to develop the entire town of Port Royal.
Mr. Rattigan?
Bobby, you said that it's if it's done properly, it should take about 2 to 3 years to put
That's
everything.
right.
No. You also said that it's going to take about 300, correct me if I'm wrong, 300 to I think 400 million US dollars you said to completely do this thing?
Correct.
All right. But so far the government put in, so far the total is about what, less than $7 million.
Well, the Prime Minister said in his speech that they have invested
Sir, Mr. Rattigan and Sir Bobby, I do apologize to you. I do apologize, but I have to do this. At least 6 persons were shot dead in a mass shooting in Walton Park Road, St. Andrew, a short while ago. That's news that's coming into a news center. At least 6 Jamaicans were shot dead in a mass shooting along Walton Park Road in Kingston, Jamaica. Let me get this over here to see something here. We do apologize to you, Sir Rattigan, and our guest who is on here. But based on what we're seeing here, it's a mass shooting, they're saying, that happened. So, Sir Stevenson, continue, sir. Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying that, the reality is everything that has to happen in Port Royal has to happen very quickly. You have to involve private sector investors. We believe that Jamaicans can come up with $300 to $400 million. And when I'm saying Jamaicans, I'm not talking about Jamaicans only in Jamaica, but Jamaicans in the diaspora. The Prime Minister said the government has spent about $2 billion to date, Jamaican dollars, which would translate into, I guess, in the range of between 10 and 15 million US. But the point is this, that really and truly, we can do it. But we need to get the government on board as partners, not as people who are going to try and block the private sector from getting involved in the development of Port Royal.
Bobby, I missed what the first part of your response. Not because you weren't speaking, but I'm trying to confirm this massacre.
I am trying to confirm it too, because
right. So I'm waiting to get a response from a source of mine. But
yes, go ahead.
But I'm trying to think is, where is you started out, I departed from the conversation when you mentioned that the Prime Minister had said, and I didn't hear the rest of it, because we're talking about where you're going to get the rest of this funding from so that you can complete this thing in 3-4 years.
When we went to the market back in 2001 with Citibank, we were assured that we would have all the money for the development from the private sector, right? There's absolutely no reason if we enter the market again today with a proper plan, and if we show the returns, we can raise the 300 to 400 million US dollars that's necessary. And that can be raised. Look here. I don't know if you've been following what is happening with the stock market locally. But recently, the University of the West Indies went out there to raise $3 billion. In 24 hours, it was oversubscribed. And that's mainly from Jamaican Jamaican investors, right? Institutional investors. If you broaden the market now and bring in diaspora investors, $300 to $400 million you can raise within a week.
Mm-hmm.
What you need is a proper plan. You need a proper proposal. You need a prospectus that goes out there. We had a prospectus which was put together by Citibank. We had the investors ready. The big problem was that 9/11 hit us and hit us hard. And then the government would not go back out with a private-public partnership after that. And since then, we've been fighting. I've been out there slugging at this thing for 31 years.
Is the cause of action a breach of fiduciary duty, or is it a contract breach?
It's both. It's both, because they did not. UDC was supposed to be the secretariat for the Port Royal Development Company Limited, and it did not stand up to its responsibilities to ensure that the directors and the shareholders were protected and that their interests were looked after, right?
Mm-hmm.
They allowed the company to fall into disrepute with the Companies Office of Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
So that is one of the problems.
But
anyway,
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
Look here. It really comes down to a question of having government, and when I say government, it means whether PNP or JLP government, that is willing to sit down with private sector and let us get this country moving in a direction where we can become a first world country by 2030. We can do it together, and the diaspora is ready to partner with us. But the diaspora feels very concerned about the way that this government in particular has been dealing with them. And the fact is, there's not a lot of trust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. 100%.
Right. Well, guys, I got to go because I have to go and look for my grandchildren this evening. So, y'all behave yourselves, okay? I think we have talked this one to the ground.
And
Thank you very much for having me on your program.
And you be careful, all right? Because it's more and more, it's looking unsafe out there. Don't go anywhere near Walton Park Road, all right?
All right. All right.
You're welcome, sir. Thanks for coming on.
All right. Thank you very much for having me. All the best.
All the best, sir. Thank you. Sir Robert Stevenson, Director of the Port Royal Development Company, and our program to speak to us. We're still trying to confirm this, but I think this is not true. I don't think this is true because I have been working, my source, there's two persons I know in the media, and they're saying they haven't seen anything. This is all over. This thing has a nationwide thing on it, nationwide radio. I went to my nationwide source and they said they don't know anything about it as yet. So I don't know. Anyway, Mr. Rattigan, you're saying something. Go ahead, sir.
No, I was saying that, remember, not too long ago they shot 6 people. I don't know if it's the same story, if it's a regurgitated story, but about I don't know, 6 weeks ago or thereabout, they shot. It was a mass shooting on Walton Park Road. I don't know if it's.
I believe it's the same thing.
It's the same story, right?
Yeah. That's what I believe is the same story circulating on social media. I believe it's the same thing circulating on social media. Mr. Rattigan, are you aware of what is going on in the belly of the People's National Party, sir?
Nothing more than what I've read, and I don't know. You know, I read where they removed Mr. Rowe and they've replaced him with Mr. McGregor.
Yes.
And that's it.
But and there's something circulating around about a $15 million offer. I know that is true.
I don't read much into those things because I saw the timeline and I have significant problems with the sequence of events. It just doesn't make sense to me. So, and I haven't heard Mr. Rowe come out and say it himself. I want him to come out and say it himself. So this is what happened, and then listen to the other side and say, no, this is either confirm or deny, reject his assertions. So until then, I'll just sit back and just wait for things to play out because I don't have any sources to deal with that particular issue. So I'll just sit back. I have plenty to do.
Yes, indeed. We're waiting on the arrival of Miss Joan Gordon-Webley, who is going to speak to us about her plans Currently, we have a call coming into the program here. One moment, please. One moment. Hello, welcome to Make It to our program. You're live.
Hi, good night, Mr. Tavares. This is Cayman Island.
Yes, sir. What's going on in the land of Cayman?
Hello?
Are you hearing me?
Hello?
Oh, Lord. What's going on in Cayman?
Hello? I can hardly hear you.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, I'm hearing you now.
Yes. What's going on in the land of Cayman?
Not so bad. Things are okay so far. You know, it's a very disciplined place, so it's not as bad as we might hear like in Jamaica. But what I want, my input on this Lawrence War issue.
Yes.
From my personal understanding, because I am close to the ground in that era because I was born and grown in that era. I know both persons who is basically they are talking about. I personally have first-hand knowledge because I had known from last year, from before the election when Lawrence War beat Mr. Patrick Sterling, that Steve McGregor was going to be the person ideal candidate for that era.
Let me ask you something. Hold on there for me. Let me ask you something. Lawrence Rowe won in the last election?
No, Lawrence Rowe did not. The election that he ran in, right? He was supposed to run against Imani in 2020 in terms of for the era when
Imani Duncan Price.
Yeah, he was supposed to run. There was another candidate also named Patrick Sterling, who Lawrence Rowe beat in this one here.
Yes.
In the last constituency election, right? So basically, but the thing is that no. One of the things with Lawrence, so no, I'm not saying he's a bad person. One of the things that you might hear the hullabaloo is that when you have someone who is homegrown from the era, people becomes more agitated, feel like that there is a slight on that person because they see that one of their own. Sometimes they are not looking at it objectively, but more like emotionally, right? Right. So one of the things is that is that as much as the last poll that was done, it showed that PNP basically is leading in the year because Central Kingston is really a PNP stronghold.
The old stamping ground for Michael Manley and
Yeah. As much I can tell you one of the reasons why Imani Duncan lost that election to Donovan Williams. I personally, because I work with Imani during that time, I was alongside them. You see, when Dr. DK passed away, it brings a big void. Honestly, he was like the big link in everything. And from he passed off, things start to change. And I'm going to tell you, I can assure you that a lot of persons who didn't support Imani, I can tell you that they are regretting it now. Because I think she would have made a very good member of parliament.
So
the problem is right.
So hold on there for me. What you're saying that the MP they're not doing nothing?
Put it this way. I don't want to say the MP is not doing anything now, but you say persons in the know-how might believe that the MP is partisan instead of inclusive. So that's word. The last poll that was done in the era, PNP is leading, but Lawrence Rowe is not gaining any traction.
Is Lawrence Rowe from there?
Yes, he's from Central Kingston. And
Steve McGregor is from Central Kingston too?
No, Steve McGregor was the commanding officer for Central Kingston, East Kingston, St. James and all of that. But one of the things is that as much as Steve McGregor is not, he usually go to Kingston College now. He usually go to Kingston College. So he knows the era. He's well known everybody in the era knows. So Steve McGregor coming is not like a stranger now. He has the support of the business person.
Mm-hmm.
I can definitely tell you that there was a meeting last week with the business person to introduce Steve McGregor, where the support is. The thing is that Lawrence Rowe, and I have spoken to a couple of business persons who point blank look and tell me that, look here, sir, from him win the seat to become the candidate, they have not seen him.
What
They
you
are
mean?
not feeling.
I don't understand you. Hold on for me now. From him win with seat?
To become the candidate for the year.
He never win no seat. They appoint him to become the candidate.
Yeah, man. Even an election with the internal election. There has to be how it's set up now. There has to be an election because you have more than one person who might put up themselves to represent the area for the PNP.
Well, hold on there for me now. Hold on there for me, sir. The People's National Party has an internal election. Okay? You have to tell the people that he is nominated as a caretaker candidate. No win, no seat.
Exactly. Yeah. Basically, that's the gist of it. They has to nominate him basically with the delegates inside of the year and all of these things. Persons know that what we are talking about. But the thing is that no, he's not visible. He's not visible enough for people to feel him. And that is what.
One thing I can tell you, doing, sir. One thing I can tell you, doing, sir, is that the two political parties have a tendency of moving people and putting people they feel like to put in. The PNP did it. The PNP did it with the late Andrea Moore in East Portland. They gave it to Damian Crawford and they lost. Damian did a good job, but they lost it.
Yeah, and that's the problem that I personally have now. You see, sometimes it's not what you do now, it's how you do it. It's how you do it. And sometimes how you do it, it doesn't look good. It just brings us a certain kind of disheartening and a certain kind of object because person who is close to someone who's from the era, let me tell you something, and you must know this now. When you have a friend who's born and go in an era, who do well still in the era, have great aspiration to be a leader, can be a leader, and also look at these era. Sometimes person might have flaws now, and person who has flaws, no. It doesn't mean to say that person has flaws can't correct them and learn from experience now and start to become the person or the type of leader going to the leadership position now. And how sometimes the hierarchy might look at certain things. It's because it's a win at all costs. Person don't really realize that you can damage something that is good. And basically, I think it's supposed to be more mediation. I think one of the things right now for the resolution is mediation.
Okay,
is mediation to calm whatever infighting, because it's not really infighting now, it's just people just disgruntled. And it's natural for a person to be disgruntled in a situation like that if one of their own is subject to not this kind of thing.
Right.
So I do understand how them feel and everything. Thanks.
You're welcome, man. Thanks for calling in. One thing I can say though, the PNP have put out the dirty laundry in the public too much. But I'll do like what my good friend Wilfred Rattigan do. Until I can hear the both sides of the story, I won't really comment too much on it. Mr. Rattigan, 34 Jamaicans has been murdered since the year start. Your views on that?
You can confirm that?
Well, the JCF said it.
Which part of them said that? 34 in what, from January 1st till now?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm waiting for some statistics from them, but it wouldn't include this. It would go up to December 31st. So I don't know about this. Because I haven't seen, if it's 34, that's it's a staggering number, considering that we're not even halfway through the month yet. But I haven't seen any newspaper reports to that effect. So I'll try my level best to find out if it's true.
It is all over the news, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, this is what happens when you have a medical doctor and a track star running the Ministry of National Security. You know. Yeah, this is what happens. You don't have people of substance running the thing, and so what they'll tell you is that we don't need people of substance to run because we have the permanent secretary and whatnot. Well, look, the purpose of the minister is to minister and the junior minister is to set policy. Well, how can you set policy when you don't even know what the hell you're talking about? You don't know how to measure it. You don't know how to read the tea leaves on certain things. You just don't know. So this is what's going to happen. Sad, but it's true. And if people watch the program last week, Saturday, the program Reason Strategy, and they saw where we looked at Dr. Chang's CV and we looked at Ms. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn's CV. And we see where Dr. Chang was in his, I think it's 5 or 6 paragraphs. The first paragraph talks about his involvement in the medical field, over he helped set up clinics and whatnot. And then paragraph 2 was about his involvement in water projects. Paragraph 3, water projects. Paragraph 4, water projects. I think paragraph 5, water projects. And paragraph 6 says, so, given everything that we have stated above, he comes to the ministry with a wealth of experience to deal with security. I don't know what them. There's a big disconnect there. How you go from medicine to water to suddenly say that you have experience handling security or would be able to handle security. I don't understand that. And then for the junior minister, her claim to fame is that she's a track star and she was over at Ministry of Health at one point and they transferred her over to the Ministry of National Security. So there's, I don't know.
All right, let me read something here. 34 in 11 days. 34 killed in 11 days of 2025. 34 murders have been recorded in the country in the first 11 days of this year. Now tell me something now. If it's 11 days in the year already, in this month, Mr. Rattigan.
13.
13 now. And 34 Jamaicans has been murdered under the watch of this Minister of National Insecurity. 1,120 something last year. We end the year.
Don't believe that. Don't believe that number.
And it's more than that.
It's more than that.
It's more than that. And this Prime Minister refused to do anything with this Minister of National Insecurity. I dubbed the three of them, the Commissioner of Police, the Minister of National Security, and the Prime Minister's three stooges. Curly, Larry, and Mo. You are a retired lawman, Mr. Rattigan. If you are in charge of a minister where how many Jamaicans have been murdered on his watch, what would you do, sir?
If I were in charge of, and what?
If you're in charge, you're the Prime Minister of Jamaica then.
Yeah.
And you have a twiddly dum-dum Minister of National Security, in Minister of National Insecurity. What would you have done when so many Jamaicans have been murdered on his watch?
The question wouldn't be asked because I wouldn't put that man in charge of national security. I wouldn't put him in charge of national security. That's the biggest mistake. You put him there. First of all, he knows nothing about national security, so nobody's going to respect him because he doesn't know anything. He cannot come up with policies. He has to depend on consultants and advisors and the parliamentary and the permanent secretary to come up with this. There's no input. There's no input. And the reason is because he doesn't know, he doesn't understand. So that question, it wouldn't be asked of me because I wouldn't put him there. I wouldn't put him there.
Wow. We're in some serious problem in this country though. We want to say good night to our viewers on TikTok. Welcome to the Make We Talk program. Pretty soon you're going to have Rizzy Rattigan on TikTok pretty soon. So you can listen to the teacher himself, the man who dig deep. He loves to do deep dive, We're waiting. It's now 7:44. At 8 o'clock, we're gonna have Miss Joan Gordon-Webley. She is the People's National Party caretaker for West Rural St. Andrew. She will be our special guest tonight. We're gonna dig deep in her political career and also her wishes to represent the people of West Rural St. Andrew. I think she want to kick out the is it the Prime Minister's wife or is it Juliet Cuthbert Flynn? One of them. We're gonna speak to her tonight about her desire to get that seat, in her plans for the people of West Rural St. Andrew, because honestly, they have some road up there, not even donkey can't walk in it. So we're gonna speak to her tonight. But in the meantime, I'm here chit-chatting with the teacher himself. They said they have world boss, you know. We have a world teacher here. A man who teaches the people of Jamaica. And by the way, this is 2025. The people of Jamaica need to stand up now, you know. $3 trillion unaccountable for. A prime minister, 28 bank account.
And counting.
And counting. $1 billion is missing from the Spanish Town Municipal Corporation under the watch of Mayor Norman Scott. Mocha went there and raided $1 billion of taxpayers' money. Isn't accountable for. What is going on in this country? The Jamaican people are silent. All I can hear, they're afraid of Andrew. But they're not afraid to go out to a freedom party, though, and gyrate. And this country is in serious problem. Now they seem to be getting up and hear that the People's National Party has a scandal brewing. What is going on in this country? Mr. Rattigan, a son of the soil who come from Waterhouse. You ever dream that this country be becoming like this, huh? Where a prime minister 28 bank account and counting? $3 trillion. Pardon me?
That's not a dream, that's a nightmare.
Well, in which modern democracy so this can continue?
Jamaica.
But is Jamaica modern democracy or just Jamaica banana republic?
Well, depending on how you look at it, you know, when the project to the world is that it is a democratic country, but what they don't realize is that when the world looks at Jamaica, them say a banana republic. So when we go there, when my favorite minister go there, Miss Kamina Johnson. In fact, you know what? We are gonna talk about her this Saturday, you know, because we get some word now that most of the, and it's been going on for a while now, most of the significant positions overseas, they're political appointees. They're not career diplomats, and they have no idea what they're doing. And it's costing the government of Jamaica, it's costing the taxpayers more money, because instead of taking somebody from within who has the experience, right, taking somebody from outside, and you have to pay them a salary now for them come in and housing and this and that for them take over, and them have to rely on persons who should have gotten that job. So it's one big mess over there with her.
Mr. Rattigan, that means that if the People's National Party should gain state power and they appoint the good Lady Aluma Asamba to become the ambassador to Washington, D.C., she have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I think she'll be better, Jamaica will be better served though to put her as ambassador to the UN, because we have a lot of problems there. And she, you know, it takes somebody with her skill to go there and kind of reset the whole thing.
Yes.
Unless they're going to send you there, you know, which is a distinct possibility.
Me?
Yeah.
Good night, caller. Welcome to the Memory Talk program. You're live.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir. You're live. Go ahead.
Am I hearing you? Good evening.
Ratty, see if they can hear you. Talk to me.
Are you hearing me? Am I hearing you?
Good evening. Good evening, sir.
know what's going on here.
Oh, good evening, good evening, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Welcome to the program. You're live.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Jeffrey. Good evening, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes,
good job you guys are doing. I am really, my heart is in tears for the country. You know, say the people, Jamaican people, them, the Jamaican people, them under a whole heap of stress and pressure. And yes, man, to what I see right now, people can barely afford to buy food. When a pound of sweet potato for $400 a pound, when food cost is so dear, expensive, what is going to happen, you know? Is only rice and flour is going to be able to be bought.
So hold on for me now.
Yeah.
Did you, a friend of mine, send me a head of cabbage?
Yes.
I wish I should have done it, put it on the thing here now.
Yeah.
4,100 and something Jamaican dollar for it. I said, look here. Man, these people putting up these things and spreading propaganda. He said, no, his wife was the one who bought it. He lives here in South Florida.
Yeah. It's extremely sad because what is going to happen, people are so pent up. If you bust on a man too, a man ready to kill you now.
Dear God.
People are very stressed out. And when you see all of the corruption from the head of the government and all the court system and everything, what is that saying to the people? People are so frustrated. What is going to happen to our beloved country? It's really sad enough.
Let me tell you something, sir. Same way the Jamaican people can get up and go to a freedom concert and dress to post back foot. And I bet you tomorrow morning when the man ring the bell and put on in Clarks and ring the bell and call election, then dress again to post back foot. Why they can't get up like the people of Kenya, the people of Sri Lanka? Why are they so silent? They expect people in the diaspora to do things from them. We have done enough. We had about, what, 4 to 5 protests in the United States. What have they done?
Very true. And it is sad because our bloodline is as of kings from slavery. Come on, right till now. We have always set the trend and we are so weak now and partisan, you know? And it is so sad to see the people boiling down to nothing. Africa, all of the black nations always look up to Jamaica. And where we are now, we are like nobody. Anywhere we're going in the world, people love we. And all these things.
You know, you said something a while ago. I don't know if Mr. Rattigan remember this. I don't know if she had said it on the program when Rattigan was on the program, or she said it to me personally. But former Jamaican High Commissioner to London, Lady Aluma Samba, Ambassador Samba, said to me that when any vote to go on, or she go in a diplomatical meeting, any vote to go on, the other diplomats are asking, what way is Jamaica voting? If Jamaica vote nay, we're going to vote nay. If Jamaica vote yes, we're going to vote yes. Jamaica's reputation around CARICOM, and I would go further in the world, has deteriorated. A Prime Minister 28 bank account, $3 trillion of taxpayers' money accountable for, $1 billion of taxpayers' money gone on the drain again a couple of weeks ago. I mean, the country is in serious crisis, but the people are quiet.
Well, I don't know. It really saddening to my heart. I not lie you. It's stressful when I see the condition from a distance. You know, right now. And I say, boy, what going to really happen to me beloved country? What going to really happen? I don't know. And the people are so watered down intellectually and all of that. So people are not smart. Majority of.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Very good job you're doing, sir. That's my input. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Rattigan, you're laughing. What's going on?
No, he's right.
Oh, Lord, another call again. Hold on, Ratty. Good night. Welcome to the Talk program. You're live. Hello?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good night to you, sir. Welcome to the program, sir. You're live.
Yes, Jeffrey. I'm listening to your sermon, Jeffrey.
What sermon? Where are you calling from?
I'm in New York, man.
Oh, Lord. Is it cold over there? New York, New York.
Yeah, you know, it's very, very cold over here. You don't know, Gary.
All you have to do, have a cup of tea, slice of bread and butter.
Jeffrey.
Yes.
Right now, you sound as if you're the parliamentary opposition right now.
Oh no, man. See hello. You know, it's a parliamentary opposition. A man who hailed from Waterhouse.
Well, yeah, well, Rattigan push back against the ineptitude of leadership in Jamaica is commended right now. I can't tell you that. You know, it's not everything in makes power I agree with, but at least majority.
Yes.
You know, majority. You know, but
What you disagree with? What you disagree with, Papa?
Hold on. Rattigan, ask a question.
You said the majority. What you disagree with? Tell me what you disagree with, no man, so I can change my style and change my attitude.
I'm not going to expose it right now. But, you know, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you when I see you again at another protest.
Okay,
I'll tell you.
Another
but,
who?
Another protest.
No. The time has come for the Jamaican people to rise up.
Jeffrey, them can't rise up without leadership.
Hold on for me. Members of the Jamaican diaspora can't get up and stand up for Jamaica every single day. The people of the country have to stand up.
You're right,
and
but where's the leadership?
I'm afraid of Andrew.
Where's the leadership? Where's the parliamentary opposition? Why are they sitting on the laurel, Jeffrey? Why they don't hit the street? Why they don't boycott parliament? Huh? Where you're about to put on Miss Gordon-Webley on the program, and I'm waiting to hear her and what plan she have. I know she was a stalwart when it come to solid waste management.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, I know she was a stalwart with that. So I don't know if she have any plans in improving what she had initiated when she was there.
That is if she win and they put her back in solid waste, or put her to be Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Because Jamaica need a Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. When Mark Goldie get in.
You keep saying why the people don't hit the streets and demonstrate against what's the corruption and the lack of leadership was taking place in Jamaica, right? But I think the PNP should be listening to what you say.
Hold on there for me now. When the people of Kenya got up, was it the opposition party that led the people to get up?
They were the latent force behind the protest, Jeffrey.
No, there was not.
They were the in force. They were the in force.
The students of the University of Kenya had enough.
They were the hidden force behind the protest, Jeffrey.
Okay.
And the PNP has a youth arm, which is dormant, docile.
No, man, you're not dormant because you have a young lady and you have Gabriela Morris. It's very active.
She alone can't do it. Her voice alone can't do it, Jeffrey. We need machinery on the ground to mobilize people for those things. You remember one time, a few cents go on the gas price and the whole country locked up? Because the GLP machine is shut down the country. Remember?
Yeah, man. I was going to say this to you. I tell you one thing. If it was Mark Golding in power and Andrew Holness is in opposition, God help Jamaica and Mark Golding.
I mean. The black bourgeoisie approach to politics where the PNP initiate right now not gonna work, you know. You need to go to deal with some gutter politics now.
No, so hold on, are you calling back for violence in this country, sir?
No, not violence, Jeffrey.
Oh.
We're not talking about violence, but civil disobedience. Civil disobedience, like walking out of the parliament. Michael did it, you know, remember 83 when Michael said him not contest the 83 election.
Yes.
You remember?
Yes.
You remember? And then that was my first vote, you know, 86, you know. Vote for the PNP, you know. My first vote that And from then, I just the PNP me vote for. Because me love Michael Manley approach to politics. Yeah, I mean. So the black bourgeoisie will take over the PNP right now.
Which black bourgeoisie you're talking about?
There are a lot of black bourgeoisie in the PNP right now.
Like who and who, sir?
Jeffrey, every time me lick a arm upon some of your friend them in the PNP,
I have no friend. No friend in no politics I have.
Jeffrey, you remember the last time a man said he want to put 1% increase on GCT for fund education and I leak out on it because we have an education tax already and the education tax diverted to the consolidated fund and most site never go to education. I remember you rub me comment, you know.
Me?
As if, yes. Come on. Luckily the PNP disassociate themselves from it. Remember?
Oh, I remember when my good friend Damon Crawford said it, yes.
Okay. Well, we need some more firebrand like the general secretary right now.
Or some firebrand like the man from Waterhouse.
Mr. Rattigan is not into politics right now. Mr. Rattigan really want head civic affair.
True.
Civic affairs, you know.
You're absolutely
Jeffrey, you know, should I bring this to your attention? You know that the head of the Protestant churches visit Jamaica for 3 days.
The head of the who?
Bishop of Canterbury. Remember that?
The head of the who?
And the Protestant churches, the Archbishop of Canterbury, he visited Jamaica for 3 days. And you know how silent it was?
Yes.
You remember, Jeffrey?
Yes, I remember. Anyway, I have a very distinguished guest on the program here. She's looking so radiant. I want you to go and listen to her. None other than our good friend, Lady Joan Gordon-Webley. One of
I want to listen to her. I want to listen to her. So take it easy. I'll listen.
Yeah, man. Thanks much. I want to welcome someone who I look up to, someone who I admire from a long time ago when she was on the other side there. You know, the side that, you know, the boss say, go downtown Kings. Anyway, Jeffrey, behave yourself tonight. I want to welcome none other than Lady Joan Gordon-Webley, PNP caretaker for West Rural St. Andrew. Mrs. Gordon-Webley, welcome to the program, ma'am.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
You see that man in the hat over there, you know who he is?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, yes, man. You met him already. He dressed up like him a bad man this evening. Wilfred Rattigan.
Oh, okay. I'm now seeing him. I wasn't seeing him before. Yes. Hi. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I'm disappointed though because it tells me that you're not watching the program. And I want everybody in Jamaica to watch the program. And whether you like it or not, just watch. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
When you have the function that I have, I have a huge constituency. I am constantly walking. I get home many evenings, 10, 11 o'clock, even later than that.
Well, let me throw something to you and you can consider it. What you should do is have a constituency party and just put me up on the big screen any Saturday because we'll go from 3 till 8. And even if you just take a half hour out and say, hey, I could just watch Wayne Officer for a half hour because we put out the topics them, you know.
Yes.
It's a lot of topics we put out. Like sometimes we put out 10. We don't get to all of them, but at least people get an insight as to where we're going, how we view the political situation and the social situation in Jamaica as well. And entertainment, we do it all. But our primary focus is holding governments, plural, accountable. So we're holding this government accountable. So when people tell me, well, focus on the PNP, I said, look, why am I for the PNP? They have 14 members in parliament. They have the statutory amount in the Senate. They're not in charge of, if you talk about passing laws that require a majority of the votes, PNP have no say. Spending, them don't really have much. So I said, because of the way the system is set up, the Westminster, as we call it here, the bastardized Westminster system, because the system that they have in England, backbenchers have power. In Jamaica, backbenchers don't have no power. The power is centralized in the executive. And that's why we are real against this constitutional reform committees, the bill that they have, where they say they're going to maintain that bastardized Westminster system. We say no way. And what I'm advocating is that before we do that, we keep the king then. We keep the king, because I tell you what, Mark Golding, and I'm not a political creature. I could care less who I'm from. I've lived in JLP neighborhoods. I've lived in PNP neighborhoods. I left Jamaica before I could vote. I've never enumerated or anything like that. I'm just looking out for the benefit of my people. And Mark Golding, I heard him say, he said, look, we're not for a piecemeal approach to changing the Constitution. We want it to be done in a wholesale manner, in a comprehensive manner, where we just say, look, we need to get rid of this thing once and for all. And what they're doing now is tinkering with it, and they're tinkering with it to their benefit, not to the benefit of the people. You know, just before I came on Jeffrey's program, I went over the Constitutional Reform Committee's report. When I'm done, I've been over the bill already twice. I'm gonna go over it again, because this Saturday we're gonna show that it's not so much aspects of the Constitution, it's the system. We have to get rid of that constitutional monarchy system. Because no matter how you slice it, if you still have that system in place, and by the way, they are recommending that the system stays in place. That system where the power is vested in the executive. And you see, when I say that, you know what I mean? Because the president won't be. They're advocating for a president that's nominated by the prime minister, not one that's chosen by the people. And then they're also saying all the powers of the governor general should be vested in the president. We can't agree with that, because it tells me that either they don't understand the vast amount of power he has, or they're in agreement with it because then they can use it to their benefit. We are all about the people, not about the politics and the politicians, because we're going to hold everybody accountable. And believe me, there is enough to hold this government accountable for, because they've made Jamaica content rich. We don't have to look hard to find something to talk about every week. That's why we have 10, 12 things to talk about. We can't get to them, because every week is there something that Jeffrey just said a while ago, that 34 people have been murdered. Based on what the official report is. We know it's more than that. We know it's more than that. And we're going to show it up again. We did it last week. We're going to show it, because there are 4 categories where they put dead people in, you know. Apart from the official murder statistics, they put them in death investigations, suicide, self-defense, and we have some missing persons. Yeah. That's where they hide the bodies. And we just show that as of mid last year, 300 and something dead people in a missing in death investigations. People have been in death in the investigation since 2016. You tell me from 2016, you can't tell me how this person died, and you just put the body over there, and then what them do, them reclassify it after a while when you're not looking. And this 1100 and something, you watch 2 months from now, it's going to be revised. The number is going to be higher, but we're not paying attention. We're following the shiny objects. We're not paying attention to the substance. Almost every year, they put out a number at the end of the year. Said this is how many people this is the number of people murdered in Jamaica. And 2-3 months later, that number is revised, because them take some people out of the murder investigations and then put them in it, and then them put it like on the back page of the newspaper, so nobody's paying attention, and that's it. We'll forget about the numbers. But this diaspora that we are a part of is a different diaspora than the one my mother was a part of. It's different. We not take things from government just because government say it. We go and we do our deep dive. And I can tell you right now, my lady, I can tell you that if you have the time, please watch a program called Mystic Sensation tomorrow, because they've done some deep dives on some politicians, and some bombshells will be dropping tomorrow. I don't know if these people will survive it, because some things are going to come out tomorrow that just unbelievable. It's going to
be very interesting.
Yes. So I'm sorry to take up the time. Sorry, Jeffrey.
No. We are all one. Yeah. No. We're all one. Yes, Mrs. Webley?
Yes, I'm here. I just wondered where do you go from?
On YouTube.
Just YouTube. Just Google Mystic Sensation. He'll be on tomorrow night he comes on at 8:45. We're in the same time zone. Yeah, just go at 8:45 your time.
Okay.
Yes. I want to welcome one of Jamaica's Nanny of the Maroon. A lady who I remember. I give you a story about Lady Joan Gordon-Webley. I don't remember if she was MP or she was caretaker at that time. Let me call you back, please. Okay. I don't know if she was MP at that time, but I remember there was a big thing going on in Kingston where the coffee was a big protest over coffee, and that they started burning somewhere. And she went up into the hills of where the coffee is. And she decided to fly hell high and hell water. She have to get to the coffee building to come down. You remember that episode, ma'am? All right.
I remember, yes.
Yes. Let's welcome her to the program. Tell us who Miss Joan Gordon-Webley is. Mrs. Joan Gordon-Webley is.
Maybe someone else would be better to describe me, but I see myself as someone who is an advocate. I am a forceful person. I try my very best always to do what I think is right. And I am never daunted. I do not think that there's anything that I go to that I do not do my best at. I always try to do my best at anything that I go to. And I'm always striving to be absolutely fair in whatever I take on. That is me.
What drive you into politics, though? What make you decide to enter to represent your people? You could be doing something different than entering politics, but you have done so. And what really drive you to do that?
Well, I've never stopped to analyze myself, but maybe from the humble beginnings of my own life. I actually grew up in England. I left Jamaica around about 6.5, going 7. I grew up in England and returned to Jamaica approximately 26 years of age, and went into politics 79. I'm someone who believes in helping people socially. I have tried my very best to do my work whenever I'm employed. I make sure that I do the best I can. But I've always felt an urge to work with people who are, indigents, people who really can't help themselves. And I felt on my return to Jamaica that I wanted to join a service club. And I joined the Kingston JCs. I was asked to develop a program that helped within the inner city areas. At that time, I knew nothing about politics. GLP, PNP, I was not involved. My only coming into contact with a politician at that time was living in England. Comrade Michael Manley would normally come to England and he would speak, and I thought, wow, what a handsome man. Wow. And what he was saying moved me. Having come back to Jamaica, I never thought about that again. But working with the JCs, I was asked to develop this program. And I thought, well, let me develop it on something that I knew. I grew up pretty poor myself. And I remember when I was in England, one of the things that I used to do is to cut newspaper, and I would pin it on materials, and I would actually make my own dresses, skirts, blouse, pants. And I thought, well, this is something I know. Right now I can stitch you up one of the nicest shirts you can ever wear.
You hear that right again?
What was that?
I'm saying to him, if you heard that, we have to send in our orders,
Yes. I know how to sew well. And I did not use machines at that time. It was hand sewing.
Whoa.
And so I developed this program called Clothe the People, where I went into Rima, myself and a team of us, and we purchased some sewing machines, and we got a team together in a sort of co-op style, where we went out with them to take orders to make uniforms for the children within the area. And funds were brought in, and persons who were working there could be paid. And we went around just developing that. And it was actually quite good. And it was while I was there that an incident occurred, and which propelled me into politics, I should have said, because I saw politicians at that time, and I thought, well, I really do need to get up and do something. Sitting on the sideline doesn't help. Criticizing without getting involved means nothing. I am a Jamaican, and I know, and for those who do not know, this is the only place I believe I can be a first-class citizen. This is the only place nobody can throw me out of. I'm Jamaican, and I'm here to stay. You live overseas, and no matter how good you are, the moment you make a mistake, they're shipping you back home to your home. So many of us sit on the sideline and we criticize, and we never get up to do a thing. And I decided I wanted to do something. And I lived in an area that was actually surrounded by GLP persons, I found out afterwards. And that was how I got into politics. I was in an area doing some work, clothing the people, when a politician saw myself and my friend who was working with the JCs, drove up, and it was raining miserably. And he drove up and he says, I've seen you two ladies working over there. May I help you with the drive to somewhere central? Because, you know, we would have been wet. And we said yes. And that politician happened to have been Pernell Charles. We got a drive to Halfway Tree.
Pernell Charles Sr.
That is correct. And so when we were working in that area, he would always stop to find out if we needed a drive to Halfway Tree. And that's how he started to talk to me about the politics. And that's how I got involved.
So your first bid for the seat, for any seat at all, was under the Jamaica Labour Party?
That is correct.
Tell us about that.
Well, as
I know you're running for something else now, and I want you to tell us that we can segue into this.
That's fine. I'm very open. I speak quite freely. I'm never bashful, you know, and I'm not, you know, I'm not somebody who will say, you know, I don't want to. I will speak about it. Yes, I became a member of the Jamaica Labour Party executive, as I mentioned. I work hard at whatever I take on, and I will work it to the end. And so having gone into politics, it was actually during 80s, when there was a state of emergency, and I was asked to look over Western St. Andrew. Western St. Andrew, that's right. The seat that the Prime Minister is in.
Yes.
Bruce Golding, it was, who was General Secretary at the time, asked me to have a look at it. Ferdy Yap was at that time the person there, and he was locked up, and many others were locked up. And I started to overlook the seat to keep the Labourites together. And after that, after Ferdy came out of prison, I was asked to overlook another seat. I organized very well, if I can say so myself. And I was asked to go to East Rural St. Andrew to overlook there as well. And what I found out were that after a time, I was called to be told that someone was going to be installed in the seat. And I frankly said to them, well, you know, I've been doing the work all the time. Why am I doing the work and someone else is coming in to be installed? Just because he has lots of money, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You know, no, I'm not stepping aside. I believe I've earned the respect of the people and must be given the opportunity to assist them because I believe I'm a good person and I believe I can work hard or harder than anyone who's coming in just because of money. And we had lots of meetings and the people spoke and I became the candidate for the 1980s election.
Did you want that seat?
Yes, I did.
And I think you became Minister of Solid Waste, I think, at that point?
No, that is another that's another time down the road.
Oh, that's another time. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
because I had won that seat and then I left Jamaica for a time and I was in the Caribbean where I taught political education and worked with a number of like-minded parties and worked to make sure that they won their elections. And I then left the Jamaica Labour Party. I'm a bit too forceful, I'm told. I speak my mind, I don't hold back, and I'm not bashful to say what I think. And very few people can take that, you know. And we fell out and I parted company. And having gone to the Caribbean and worked on a number of elections, I then came back to Jamaica and was asked to join the People's National Party. And after a time, I did so.
I want to let Mr. Rattigan come on in, but before I do so, I want to say to those who are just joining us, wherever you're listening, watching from around the world in the Eastern Caribbean, this is the Make We Talk program. We are live on the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel, and I'm being told that the internet radio is up. Jam Talk Vice Radio, you're live on that also. We're gonna let Mr. Rattigan to come on in because I want to ask Miss Joan Gordon-Webley what vision and what plans she has for West Rural St. Andrew, where she's representing the People's National Party. But Mr. Rattigan, come on in, sir. Your mic is muted. I think the Pegasus mute your mic.
No, I said I will yield to the young lady and have her just answer your question about her vision for the constituency.
Okay. Miss Joan Gordon-Webley, West Rural St. Andrew, is it the constituency of the Prime Minister's wife or is it Juliet Cuthbert-Flynn?
Juliet Cuthbert.
Okay. Oh. Lord of mercy, help us, dear God, because there was a video circulating on social media.
No, I don't want to start.
There was a video circulating on social media where she disrespected a journalist and lied that she did not do so.
Look,
the people of West Rural St. Andrew, you want to say something, Ratty?
No. I just wanted to inform you that because of the importance of this meeting, I'm not going to the other meeting. I'm going to be with you for the duration of the program.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you. Because, you know, we're speaking to one of Jamaica's nanny of the maroon. I think, you know, Portia is no longer in politics. She's out of politics because, you know, of ill health and so forth. And I think Jamaica has a Portia Simpson Miller in not only Gabriella Morris of the People's National Party Youth Arm, but Jamaica has a Portia Simpson Miller in somebody who I keep on saying I have the utmost respect for her, Lady Joan Gordon-Webley, a woman who continues to fight for the Jamaican people, who go the extra miles for the Jamaican people. Your daughter showed me a video. Wee hours of the night, you're there preparing Christmas treat for the constituency, and you said that you're not going to have no Christmas dinner until they get what they're supposed to get. Those are the people we want to help the Jamaican people. And I have seen where the current member of parliament disrespect the people of West Rural St. Andrew. And I want to ask you this question, Mrs. Webley. What is your vision for West Rural St. Andrew?
First of all, I want each and every one to understand that West Rural St. Andrew is a very large constituency, and it's mainly agricultural. It is a constituency with vast expanse of land. I believe, first of all, in working for people, you must really want to work for people. You must love people to work with people. I have looked at that constituency and I've thought to myself, where is the plan of action for the constituency? It's nowhere to be seen. I'm now working on what is called my constituency development plan, which I will be laying out to the people as I go on the road very short. Well, I'm on the road every day, but in organized meetings. One of the things I want to say, first of all, is that I'm asking each and every one to come out and listen. Ask all the questions you want to ask. I find when we have meetings, because you are representing the PNP or the GLP, people do not come out to meetings because they think it's a PNP meeting or a GLP meeting. I'm asking everyone to come out to those meetings. It is your tax dollar we spend when we are in government. And you have a right to ask us about it. And you have a right to hold us accountable for your money. But if you do not come out and hold us accountable, then, you have no right to complain. I have seen inside of West Rural St. Andrew, all of this land. We have a number of persons who are on lands that have just been put there. They have no land title. And so one of the things I want to deal with is the titling of land and working with my government to make sure that persons get land. Lands were taken away from us. And I do not believe that we should be having all these lands sitting around, not being used, while people are hungry.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to work heavily on land titling for people. Agriculture. Inside of West Rural, we have coffee. Coffee goes up, coffee comes down. You can't really plan as much as you want to plan. I want to look at food processing. There are times of the year when you walk around and you see mango being kicked on the ground and other such fruits.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we not processing these so that the children that goes to school can have it as a drink instead of the sugar water that is being put in plastic paper
Mm-hmm.
for them to have? Why is this not being done? West Rural St. Andrew can grow anything. We want to look at composting.
Mm-hmm.
With all of what is being wasted. Why are we not doing composting? I had started a composting project when I was at the National Solid Waste. As a matter of fact, I shipped away my first container load of compost. And it's the first and the last.
Mm-hmm.
Men's change, I'm no longer at solid waste. And it was just put down. And nothing else has happened. When my compost was tested, it was found to be better than any other compost on the shelf that had been brought into Jamaica. And I am saying that we should now look at that. I used to go to the Aki factory, the Callaloo factory, all of these factories that's tin things. I used to go into the market and get all the green stuff. And I had a formula and put composting together. And to my surprise, there's a little being done now. But we should have been way out there with the composting project. This is something we can do nationally in Jamaica. And I want to start that in West Rural St. Andrew. I want to look at our schools, for instance. When I used to go to school, we were growing food stuff on this school compound. Most of our schools have large expanse of land. Why are we not putting things into the ground? Why are we giving our kids Nutribon? I was told by a headmaster not so long ago, just over 2 weeks ago actually, that sometimes the Nutribon comes, it's not properly baked, it's just thrown away, and it comes twice a week. Why are we feeding our kids on that when we have all these land in the school? One of the things that is happening, I was told that the kids come to school Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Thursday and Friday, they're not in school. We are keeping them in poverty. This cannot continue. One of the things I want to institute is a situation where the Minister of Education tracks these kids. And when they are not in school on that first day, we must have a written report from a doctor to say why they're not. And by the second day, somebody should be visiting those homes to find out what is happening to our children. Drastic steps must be made to uplift our community. Talking is not good enough. It's time for action. Time come. Time for the action that we want to have done. We want to look at modular buildings. We overbuild in Jamaica. Everyone knows that. I'm looking at West Rural, for instance. I have seen in West Rural St. Andrew so many government places that the bush is covering them. Why are we not using those in skill centers? Why? I heard the Member of Parliament at her budget presentation spoke about expanding one health center. And I sat at the TV and I felt, my God, does she not know that there's a health center that was built not so long ago, that the bush is on top of it? If we were to use that health center, some of the people that goes to the Red Hills Clinic could be drawn off and used there instead of allowing the bush to grow over it. Because from what I'm being told, the last Member of Parliament built it.
So hold on there for me, Mrs. Webley. The last Member of Parliament is a PNP Member of Parliament.
That is correct.
So this person here now is Juliet Cuthbert Flynn is saying that they won't use it because of PNP, Billy?
She has not said we won't use it.
No, I'm the one who said
I am saying, does she even know it's there?
Oh.
Does she even know it's there?
Oh, Lord.
We have community centers, and we do not have any youth programs taking place inside of West Rural St. Andrew. I have just completed a 6-week football competition, and we're moving into another one in another area. And we're also doing our domino competition and our netball for the ladies. I am really dumbstruck how someone who is coming from a sporting background does not see how she can help to develop the youths within the constituency, because she's doing nothing there.
No,
And
she's working, Mrs. Webley. She's working in the Parliament, calling Mark Golding a Bucky Master come from England, white man.
Well, you know, this goes right into her own values. What are her values? Is this the way we want to see Jamaicans cursing each other in Parliament, talking about, we can't tell people about color. That we have to get beyond that. We have to look at the heart of the man or the woman.
Mm-hmm.
We can't be telling ourselves how they're behaving and then turn around and behave like them. And all I am saying is that I have listened to so many tapes of the young lady cursing out people. And I'm asking myself, does she have any respect for her constituents or for herself?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If you do not have any respect for yourself, then you can behave like that. In West Rural St. Andrew, I am going to be operating, first of all, with tolerance. We have to tolerate every person's view. We have to listen to them. As a politician, you must be a good listener. Do not believe that ideas are yours and yours only. You know, I remember the story about the bridge that was being built. And when an old gentleman said to the people from Public Works Department, this is where the water run, you can't put it there. They laughed at him. And the first heavy rain, the bridge was gone.
Right in St. Thomas.
What was that?
Right in St. Thomas.
Yes. We need to listen to people. We need to hear, not just listen, but to hear. Because some of us listen, but we don't hear. We need to listen to them. We need to understand that even the man that has not any formal education, he may be brighter than us in the things that happens within his constituency. He can tell us. So we have to be able to tolerate some things. We have to listen. We have to continue, as I said, to tolerate.
In all your presentation, Mrs. Webley, one of the things that I know about West Rural St. Andrew and East Rural St. Andrew is that when you travel on the roads, God help you, your front end gone. It look like one donkey track. And to me, it seems as if the lady in West Rural St. Andrew haven't been working at all. She no lay down no carpet up there.
Well,
what is your plans? What is your plans to have roads in West Rural St. Andrew? And when I say roads, I mean roads. Roads like back in the days when you have the stone, you roll the stone, you put the mall on it, you roll the mall, you put some more stone, you roll the mall again, stone, and you put some more mall, you wet the mall, let it set, and you put on the barber green. Those are the type of roads that we need in our country, that we can't go back every day to build back road, costing the country billions and billions of dollars. What is your plans when it comes on to road for West Rural St. Andrew? Then I'll yield to Mr. Rattigan after you answer that question.
Jeffrey, I saw a video recently with the MP boasting with her fingers, showing that she had done a road in West Rural St. Andrew. And I got so many calls from people quarreling and behaving bad. I said, I have to go and see it myself. You have about 3.5 miles of road. We didn't have, you had about 50 chain of it patched. And there was a big put up to say, I have done road. This is a great road that I have done, showing the few patches. No, that's an achievement to her. I will want to say this to you. I am deeply, deeply upset with what is happening on our roads, on our road program. You must have heard about an area that the entire roadway cut away the other day.
Yes, I saw it.
I went to the area. It happened on the Friday night. On the Saturday morning, I was there. And when I saw what took place, you know, it was an accident waiting to happen. First of all, there are no drains. And even in some of the areas where drains were, it was all covered over with debris that had fallen down from the mountainside. And they were not clean. Every culvert was full of debris and no water would run through. So the water now would take the middle of the road. So a road is cut off. And the residents started to organize a little footpath through the hillside to the other side. The remedy that the Member of Parliament decided to take was to send 1 truckload of mal to the area from then until now. Absolutely no culvert has been cleaned. None of the major roads have been cleaned in one particular division. But I say to you, I'm from the school where we used to have stones. And then I'm from the school where no contractor could come to an area and do work without a public works representative standing over to make sure that what is supposed to be there is there. Nowadays, there is a patch here, and you leave a hole here, and you go over to another patch over there, and you leave the holes right here, and all you're doing, you're putting it down, waiting for the next flood to come so you can patch it again. And we are not doing right by the Jamaican people. We are not. And I'm telling you that in my tenure, this will never happen. It never happened then, and it will not happen now. Because I'm going to be a watchdog for the people's money, our money, because I pay taxes too. It cannot happen.
Can you promise the people of West Rural St. Andrew and the people of Jamaica that when it comes on to contract, there will be no favoritism in giving anybody the road to build? Can you promise the people that you will give them a proper road? And if the contractor who get the contract to build the road, if he doesn't put on the right amount of Barber Green, are you willing to take that person to court?
I want to say this. I think that's exactly what I just said.
Okay.
I am one of those persons who I am not going to interfere in how contracts are given out, because there is a procedure by which you have to apply. I'm not going to interfere there. What I am going to interfere with is, as long as that contractor comes to West Rural or lives in West Rural, whatever the quantities are for that road is going to happen. And that's why I mentioned to you earlier that days gone by, there was a public works person standing there to make sure that the quantities that are supposed to be put on the road is what is used. I don't know if there's no public works person standing there now. And if it isn't done, there ought to be people who can come and test. And if it isn't done, then the persons who work within the ministries must account.
Yes.
Because I do not believe that one should be looking only at the politician.
No.
The persons within the ministry, and until our eyes are turned more on them too, we won't get what we need to get.
I have been saying this on my program for many years, Mrs. Webley, that there are some permanent secretaries that need to go to prison. And I have to apologize about that. I'm going to yield to Mr. Rattigan, but there's a person on this platform here who named Mark. Let me make something clear to you. This platform is neither owned by the People's National Party or the Jamaica Labour Party. And if you can't behave yourself over here, take a flight and go where you can go with the propaganda and talk all sort of stupidness and disrespect people. Respect people over here when they come over here. If you can't respect them, go. I'm going to block you. Mr. Rattigan, I'm going to yield to you, sir.
Block him, Jeffrey. Mrs. Webley, do you have a daughter that's an attorney?
Yes, I do.
Yes. No, you're going like you don't know me.
Listen, man, I'm very blessed, you know. I tell you, I have the two daughters. Best thing ever happened to me in life. I just love them so, and they just love their mama right back.
Oh, yes, and she's there with her mama, PP clock.
No, let me ask you another question. Were you in Miami in January of 2024?
Yes.
Then that's what I see you, man.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
That was the first protest, the very first one. And I met you. I met you there. I met your daughter.
Yes.
And then we had 3 more after that. So
yeah. Hold on, Mr. Rattigan. Hold on for me, Mr. Rattigan and Miss Webley. Let me make something clear. Mrs. Webley did not attend the protests in any capacity at all.
No.
She was just passing by and she decided to stop.
Right. Yeah. That's where, I remember, you know, very, very clearly. I remember.
That is correct.
You know, I'm sure you're familiar with this song and this artist, Billy Preston, an American R&B singer, musician, and he did a song, big hit, called "Nothing from Nothing Leaves Nothing." And when I think of the Honorable Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, that song comes to mind immediately.
Oh.
You remember that song? Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. Yes. And I'll tell you why. Apart from her disgraceful behavior in terms of interacting with people, I'm looking at her CV now put out by the Jamaican Information Service. And she served as Minister of State in the Ministry of Health and Wellness. I doubt that she did well over there because they moved her over to the Ministry of National Security. I look in her background, there's nothing there indicating any affiliation, any association, any experience with law enforcement. And true to form, she proved us right that she's a square peg in a round hole, because she was recently making a speech when she talked about Mr. Mark Golding. But in that speech, what she said in that speech was that the government was fighting anti-corruption. I never heard so much rubbish in all my life. The government is supposed to fight corruption, not anti-corruption. But I'll send it to you. She said it. It was a public disgrace. And you know what? It was a written speech. It wasn't something that you could say, well, you know, it was a slip of the tongue and, you know, you can excuse her for that. Somebody put some thought into this and wrote it, and she read it. And you hold her responsible. I don't hold no speechwriter responsible, because it's your job to go over that, make sure.
You're presenting it.
Exactly.
You must read it. You must know.
Exactly. So she, as far as I'm concerned, she's a colossal failure. No, you mentioned that we'll talk about the party affiliation later on and how you cross the aisle. But you mentioned that West Rural is an agricultural constituency. No, and that you have coffee, among other things. I looked at the trade, I looked at the imports not too long ago. And Jamaica is importing a lot of produce. Things that we would normally at one point be able to feed ourselves with and sometimes export, like potatoes and scallion and thyme and onion and all that stuff. We're importing that. We're a nation of imports right now. In fact, the deficit is, I think, somewhere like $3 to $4 billion US dollars. The trade deficit. No, the Jamaican government received fertilizer for distribution to farmers. I don't know if you're aware that they received 2.6, my last count was 2.6 million pounds of fertilizer from Morocco. Nobody don't know where the fertilizer gone, because it was supposed to be handed out through RADA, and they sent me some numbers, and the numbers, when I add up the numbers, they're missing about 400,000 pounds of fertilizer. They can't account for it. In addition to which, they said that they were getting agricultural assistance from Morocco and Israel. I've been asking, where is that assistance? We see where they announced it, but we don't see where anything was implemented. How do you plan to address, because you said like it's a rural area and it's primarily agriculture that people are involved in. What's your plan to deal with RADA and the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining? I think that mining is still there, or maybe transferred to the Ministry of Science and Technology, I think. Not sure. But what is your plan to deal with the agricultural deficiencies in that constituency?
It is a area that I'm going to be looking at very, very deeply. First of all, RADA is, I really don't know how to describe it because, I don't want to speak of it in too much of a derogatory manner because there are good people there. But you hear the stories inside of the various constituencies. Persons who are selling the fertilizer inside of the constituency do not even have a plot of land, but it gets delivered at night, it's picked up, and by the next day you see persons selling in both East and West rural. Persons on the flat have it and they sell it at reduced price to get rid of it quickly. Worrisome. As a matter of fact, I stop and I think to myself, how are we going to continue like this? And one has to deal with what we call accountability. With our Minister of Agriculture, Comrade, I have seen the way he goes about his tasks, and I know that he's going to be accountable, and I'm prepared to work along with him and any other person within this new government that will come in. The fact is that no one benefits from RADA. There's no office within West Rural of RADA. The closest office is on, I think, Old Hope Road, up in Papine, near to Papine. So the farmers have to relate to the Papine office. We want to have a scenario where we start to look at accountability, number one. Two, how we ourselves can organize our own fertilizers. We have to look at the whole composting that I spoke to you about, because fertilizer is far too expensive. And if we use this compost, let us look at coffee, one of our biggest agricultural items in West Rural. I'm a farmer myself. And when I see what is happening, it hurts because the husk that you take from the coffee can become fertilizer. What do? Dump it. We grow a lot of chickens. The chicken manure that comes from the chickens can be used as fertilizers. So all of this brought in fertilizer, where you're spending so much into fertilizer, you make no money. We have a scenario where we had Wallingford Coffee Factory. It's as though there's a deliberate attempt to lock down farming. What is happening right now? We import more cheap coffee from Colombia and other places. And we put 1 teaspoonful, maybe Blue Mountain, and we call it Blue Mountain Blend. And we sell it. And I ask myself, what is happening to the Blue Mountain farmers? What they get paid for their coffee is not good enough. I remember not so long ago, we were being paid $13,000 and $14,000 a box for coffee. Now remember, when you sell a box, when you pick a box of coffee, you have to pay the people who pick. Before you can send it to factory, you have to swim it to take out the bad ones. You may end up with a half a bag or 3/4 of a bag, but you have had box. You have had to already pay the picker for a full box. Now, what is happening here is that when you have to buy the expensive fertilizer, pay someone to pick, you are in problems. You can't afford it. And so many persons have had to just walk away from the coffee. Recently, I went overseas. And when I went over there, I was looking at some herbs that they had coffee in. And I looked and I said to the gentleman, why is it there is no coffee in this one that is called Blue Mountain? He says, miss, it is the best coffee in the world, but we can't get it. So here it is, they can't get it because it's just not available. It's the best in the world because we are simply not producing enough. And something has to be done to say how it is we are going to make the coffee farmer who is doing the work benefit. Because in truth and in fact, they are not benefiting, not the small farmers. They are not benefiting because their coffee are now bought from the bigger players in the field who is able to, process it, and they get the price. And the man in the constituency gets little and nothing. And it's something that has to be stopped. We used to have a lot of ladies employed at the Wallingford coffee factory. That was closed down. We had hundreds of women employed there. There is just no work and all the equipment sold off, bought by a big farmer. And this big farmer doesn't need much coffee because he's selling it to be mixed or he is mixing it himself. We have to do better. We are not doing well by our people. We have to do better.
Mrs. Webley, how long have you been when were you nominated to be the caretaker for this constituency?
I think it was last August.
So, and I take it that you've done a lot of traveling around the constituency, and that would be the prudent thing to do, because you want to know the people, you want to know the area, or get to know them better if you know them already. You want to know what the issues are so you can address them. What's the biggest issue that you've come across so far? If there's one issue that you could point on, even campaign on it and say, this one issue here is the issue that we must tackle in order to bring prosperity to our people in this constituency.
Ouch. I wish I didn't have to pick one.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. To answer that question, let me ask another question, which is then,
yes.
Let's say you have a range of issues, and now you have to deal with them. Now you have to pick out. You have to say, okay, I'm going to prioritize them. How do you prioritize them? What priority do you place them in?
Roads are the number one issue because farmers can't bring out their produce and the kids can't go to school because the taxi operators can't drive along those roads. It is terrible, absolutely terrible. And therein lies one of the major problems. Water is another problem for a lot of people within the constituency, and land titling. Because even though some of them have built beautiful homes, carried the sand on their backs from the river for miles, put it down chute to go down gullies, the land is not in their hand and they can't use it as an asset. And so these for me are three major issues. Major. And number 4, although I don't want to put it behind, is youth unemployment. That is very important. We have to engage the youth and we have to find out how we are going to propel them forward, because everybody wants to leave the country.
You know,
and our best brains are going
the
away.
brain drain. But you know what? Mrs. Webley, we just heard from the Minister of Education, who is also the spokesperson for the post-cab events, right? And she'll be on Wednesday again.
Hello?
Miss what's her name? Dixon. Jeffrey, what's your name? What's the lady name again? They have a nickname for her, but I don't want to.
Dana Dixon?
Dana Morris Dixon. All right. No, she said that, look, we have the lowest unemployment in the history of the country. It's 3.6. Youth unemployment is down. Everything is, So the question I'd have to ask you then, why are you raising youth unemployment? Because the government is saying, and I'm just being facetious, but they're saying that it's 3.6. We know. We've looked at the methodology that they use, and it's just a farce. They're just tricking the Jamaican public. But moving from that, you mentioned roads, water, land title. Where those 3 issues, where they reside? They reside in the office of the Prime Minister. All 3 of them.
And there lies the
problem. Yes.
The Prime Minister is over. I wouldn't say the major problem, because I personally does not know what the Prime Minister can manage. I am saying that all of these agencies that he has put under his umbrella, and I don't know what he has ever managed. And I'm not being rude in any way. I'm speaking the facts as they are. Why are all these departments under him? It's as though he has to have everything, hoarders, the people who hoard a lot of things within their homes. They can't get rid of anything and they can't manage it. Hoarders. He's hoarding everything in his ministry. And nothing is
we did a segment on the program last Saturday, and the segment was that Prime Minister Holness is the busiest Prime Minister in the history of the world, because over the COVID period, he managed to deal with COVID in conjunction with the Minister of Health and other ministries. He was very busy with that. He was very busy with as he said, revitalizing the economy. He traveled during that time period. He managed to withdraw funds from SSL. He formed 3 companies. He also studied for his so-called PhD. He was dealing with government business. Plus, he had his personal affairs, family affairs to deal with. And then 19 agencies. And we went through every single one of them last week, Saturday. Plus, remember, he's Minister of Defense, He's he's a Prime Minister, and he's also head of the cabinet. And he's also the what you call it, the one who create for himself, the one wait name Jeffrey. There's a ministry, job creation, right? Ministry of Economic Reform or something like that, and job creation.
Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation.
That was created on his watch. That wasn't something that he inherited. That was something that was created since 2016. And him take over everything. Yeah. So look, we have the evidence is abundant to clear that our Prime Minister is the hardest working Prime Minister in the history of the world, and he's not being paid appropriately because he's only collecting 9 million. For some reason, he argued for the pay raise, and when the pay raise was approved, him said, I don't want none. He's on record of saying the reason why the government is malfunctioning. He didn't use the word malfunctioning, but he said the reason why the government is the way it is because you're not paying the political class enough. We need more money because we need to retain and attract, outstanding people. And here it is that him pay the money, And one of the outstanding people, Mr. Clark, him took off, right? Him gone, him get him raised and him gone. And then now we have the Prime Minister who argued strenuously for the increase, and at the end, him turned around and said, "I don't want it." And people on him said, "Well, why don't want it?" Here's a question I want to ask, because I'm on a soapbox now. But here's a question I want to ask you. It would appear as if the roles have been reversed in political activism, social activism, in the sense that the diaspora was always dormant. You never hear anything about them because, for the most part, all of them want to get invited to the cocktail parties and rub shoulders with as Jeffrey would describe them, the vumvava vumvavi, and get the royal treatment. They didn't raise any issues, right? And people in Jamaica, every now and again, they would lift their voices in unison against whoever the government was of the day. Now what we've seen is that the diaspora is now taking an active role trying to hold government accountable. And we see that the Jamaican people in Jamaica, they become timid.
Yes.
And I don't know, you can put the fear factor in there, but what is it that, what will it take for the Jamaican people to be as vocal as the people in the diaspora and raise their voices and hold government accountable? What will it take?
I wish I could really answer you on that one. I'm going to just divert a second to say to you that I want to congratulate the diaspora, because let's face it, they are the second highest foreign exchange. We are benefiting from them. They send back a lot of money to this country. So I believe that they should have a voice. So I'm happy that they are taking part. They never have in the past, and roles seem to have turned around. I am one of those persons who felt not just the diaspora was quiet, but, you know, in many areas, I looked forward to the youngsters in university speaking out. I'm not hearing it. When I first entered politics, I mean, at a whim, we would be out there. No way, this can't happen. And I have gone into the constituencies and I'm talking to people. And the first thing they tell you, but Miss Joan, me one can't do nothing. And I keep letting them know that where I am concerned, if it is me alone, I'm going to stand and talk. I'm prepared to walk out there alone with a banner. And I'm saying that, how can you say this? I normally say to them, you know, Bolt is our superstar. And if Bolt goes overseas and does anything wrong, they're going to ship him home. So this country is yours. And you have to protect what is yours. Our forefathers fought for it. And why is it we are not standing up and speaking out? I want you to ask me the difficult questions. It's all that I preach when I go out, because I'm saying that our people are too quiet. And they will tell you, it no makes sense, we say nothing. And a lot of people have, it's as though they are dumbstruck. They have been beaten into submission. And they are afraid, everybody's afraid of losing their job. And I said, when you keep quiet, your turn is going to be next. This is a type of language I speak to them. If you are not prepared to stand up for your fellow human being, your turn is going to come. And who's going to be there standing for you? And I want it to be known that is why I want my people to talk back to me, so I can understand them and carry the message. But I can't carry the message alone. I am prepared to, and I often do. I need to know that they're there so that everyone knows that I'm speaking on their behalf, not on my own behalf.
Mrs. Before Mr. Rati going to come back in, Sure, I think I'm touching a very important point there, or should I say, argument there. And Jamaicans are saying to themselves, I am saying to myself, if it was a Mark Jefferson Golden, aka Marky G, sitting in Jamaica House, and he has 28 bank account, $3 trillion unaccountable for, $1 billion gone down the drain from St. Catherine Parish Council. You think the man who they call Bro God, who loved to wear the green clocks, you think he and the people of the Vumvavon, the Vumvaveen, would sit down and take it idly by? They would have taken to the streets. The question I want to ask you, Mrs. Webley, why is it the People's National Party so quiet? Why is it the People's National Party can't organize themselves like in the 1990s when PJ Patterson raised gas? The Labour Party took to the streets from University of West Indies come all the way down. I am not saying that they must burn the 14 parishes one go, but the People's National Party is very quiet.
I don't know that I want to agree with you that they're quiet. Mark himself, Comrade Mark Golding himself, has been very vocal. I know that when we are out in our constituencies, we are very vocal of the issue. When you're vocal in many instances, the first thing people are saying to you, well, on a all thief. And maybe that brings people into submission, not me, because I promise to carry myself with integrity. And as I've said to a number of persons, I am not taking on anybody's issue when you are going to say we are all. I am not. And that is the easy way out. What are you doing about what is happening? I too am taken aback because I say to myself, here it is. When you talk about the very many bank accounts that our Prime Minister has, the same person who was there when Bruce Golding said that the certain committees of Parliament must be led by the opposition to make sure there was accountability. And Prime Minister Andrew Holness was a part of that team. Having become Prime Minister, he has removed a number of the committees back into the Labour Party, being the chairman. Instead of the opposition, he has taken it away. And everybody's quiet, but I know the party is talking about it. I want to just give you for instance, right now. Mm-hmm. The way we get the news out is by the newspaper, social media. I have been in the constituency and I've spoken on 2 issues recently. I spoke on, one of them was a television station, and I noticed that the same reporter was the one who took some information from me on television when I looked at the heavy rains we had some time ago, and the bridge in Bull Bay had been all the stones, we use gabion basket to hold the sides of these bridges. Mm-hmm. And the gabion basket was disrupted and all the stones taken away to do buildings where I don't know. But
you mean those buildings, Jeffrey, behave yourself tonight? You mean those buildings in Kingston where all no case he didn't give no plan? I said it, not you.
I'm coming to, I don't know if that's where they went. But what I am saying is that when you put gabion basket to hold the banking, yes, and you remove them, then the water just takes over the land and it undermines the bridges. I said it to the news person the day, and we walked the length and breadth, and I showed him where the Gabion baskets were ripped up. Today's date, he has not said one word. I watch the news from cover to cover. They hide it. They hide it away. Recently, something else happened in West Rural St. Andrew. And I spoke to the news persons. When I went there, the people were demonstrating. And when I went there, I was the only political representative, but I heard the story and I had investigated myself, and I am not taking any sides, and I'm not going to call the incident either. But I went there and we spoke about an issue, and I said to myself, but this is not right. I noticed the person from the governing side came, and that same news reporter ran to that person and took a voice note. And I said to him, but the counselor for that area is here. You have not had a word with her, but you've had a word with someone else from another division. And he grudgingly took a news item from her. And then he asked me to do one, and I did. Nothing appeared. And so I am saying to you that, there is a holding down and a covering up. And as much as you talk, and this is why I am happy for social media and programs like yours, because at the end of the day, you are getting it out and you're reaching the people. But it is still not enough. The people have to understand that their voices are many and those in government are few. And if the many decide that they intend to sack us, those in government, then, they're not understanding that they're the bosses and we are the servants. It has gone the total other way around. Mm-hmm. And I'm sending out a call. I am overlooking West Rural St. Andrew for the People's National Party and for all the people of West Rural, and by extension, Jamaica. We cannot continue to be so docile. We must stand up and we must speak up and speak out. We cannot continue to be so docile. And if my party becomes government and behaves in this way, I am saying to them, speak up and speak out. This is not just about party now, this is about Jamaica, where no one can throw us out of. Although, when I say that, every time I say that, I am reminded of the ship that came here with Jamaicans during COVID, and they would not allow the Jamaicans to land. That has made me stop to think, well, how can I really say that they can't throw us out of here when they wouldn't even allow us to land here? And
they allow a plane full of Indians to parade
on
the streets of Kingston, Jamaica. We're listening, watching from around the world in the Eastern Caribbean. It's the Make We Talk program. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Mr. Ortega, over to you, sir.
Yeah, Sis Webley, Jeffrey raised a significant point about apathy on the part of the opposition party. And I have to tell you that it's a question that has been raised numerous times with me. People have said in a complimentary fashion that social media advocates like myself, Mr. Tavares, and others, that we're doing more to hold the government accountable than the party that is being paid to do so. And I'm just going to throw something at you and just ponder it, and if you like the idea, you can raise it with your colleagues. But one of the things that we're planning to do, at least with in our corner of the diaspora, because you know the diaspora is divided. But in our corner, we are assigning people to look at various ministries and to do reports on these ministries, good, bad, indifferent, whatever the facts are, the facts are. And someone said to me, well, you know, you have to look for volunteers, and a lot of people, they work, they just don't have the time. They'll do whatever they can, but they have to do it at their convenience. But the opposition party, they have a youth arm. A lot of them are in school, bright, energetic, smart people. Why don't they use them and say, for example, let's say you take the first, because there are 15 ministries and 2 offices. And they said, look, just take the first 3 ministries, just take the 3 with the biggest problems, health, education, national security. Take those 3. And you just assign like maybe 3 or 4 people to do research on those ministries going back to 2016 to see what changes, if any, have been made within these departments and the consequences of those changes. Again, good, bad, or indifferent. And then once they've done those reports, they could brief up to the executives, and the executives should have a regularly scheduled press conference, like every 3 months, every 4 months, where they come out and say, okay, here's the state of a particular ministry. Here's the state of the government. They won't tell you, but we will tell you. This is what our research is showing. And then you follow that up with media blitz. We're just not seeing it. We're not seeing, this aptitude to grab this, to grab social media and traditional media and say, look, we have a message to get out, and we're going to get it out no matter what to Jamaicans. Not necessarily to partisans, but to Jamaicans, and let people look at the facts and decide for themselves. Because at the end of the day, what you want is, you don't want legacy voters. You want informed voters. And if you don't inform the people, they're going to stay in their corner. Some people will stay in the corner despite what you're going to give them. But there's always the chance that once presented with the facts, some people will come to the realization that the truth is the truth, and the truth must be told. If you don't tell the truth, then and people keep spreading lies, the lies will prevail. The lies will become the truth. So you have to gather your facts, say this is the truth, and then you have to expound on it. You have to propagate it. You have to tell people about it. And like we do on our programs, we put up the facts, we put up the documents, and we say, look, don't take my word for it. Here's the Constitution, here's the law, here's a document from that ministry, here's a letter, here is this, here's that. And we'll put it up so people can actually see for themselves, because that's how you convince people. Because if I come on the program and I say, I think it's like this, or somebody told me it's this, or my dream said this, people say, yeah, anybody could dream that, But when you show them the facts, like I was showing them this past Saturday, that there's a difference between the leader of the party and the leader of the opposition. The leader of the opposition is a title that's designated, appointed by the Governor General, not the people. The people, the delegates, they select who the leader of the party is, but they don't select who the leader of the opposition is. That's a designation that's within the province of the Governor General, and that's in the Constitution. He's the one who says, I'm going to appoint you as the leader of the opposition. And he doesn't have to necessarily appoint the person who is the leader of the party. Doesn't have to. And I gave him an example about a possible scenario where you have the JLP, the PNP getting 22 votes, the JLP getting 21, and my party called Rattigan's Rebels, the Rebel Party, we get 20. And I asked them, who's the leader of the opposition? And they said, oh, the party that came in second. And I said, no, not necessarily, because it's based on who the Governor General believes can command a majority of the votes in opposition to the government. And he might think that and by the way, it's in the Governor General's discretion Meaning him not to take no talk from nobody. And if him say, you know, Rattigan's rebels, the guy who lead a party there, I think this guy would have been a better choice than the number two, the spokesperson for the, or the leader for the number two party to hold government accountable. And the governor general can say, you know what, Rattigan, you're a leader of the opposition. And guess what? That decision is not appealable. It's not appealable. So these are the things that we do on the program. We'll point out facts to people, and we'll hope that by doing that, they become informed voters. Now, I say all of that to say this. Is there any plan for the opposition? Do they have a structured plan where they can say, okay, we're going to have feeder cells that will feed information up to the executives, and then we can then go out and propagate the message on a consistent basis? Is there any plan like that?
I do know that we have party spokesperson, and every single portfolio is covered. Each party spokesperson has a team of persons who are knowledgeable within the area, and they do research on their behalf. One of our challenges is that things are carried, and it's carried one day. It is then up to us as leaders of the various constituencies to then go through the constituency and carry that message over and over again so that people understand it. And a lot of that is carried on social media as well. I do take your point. I have heard persons says that the opposition is not forceful enough. But I do believe that they are getting the things out. But so many things are overtaking what is happening, because every day there's another surprise. And so whilst you have done the research and you've gotten the facts out there, it lasts 1 day or 2 days and another surprise comes. And it's always happening like that. But I do take your point. You are out there. I'm listening to you. And I'm going to again say to my party, we have to do more. We have to get some more people who are going to carry those messages and make sure that we get onto the stations, because I will tell you, I don't see the traditional media doing that.
Correct. You're right. You're absolutely correct. The traditional media is not doing it. And then also one of the things that we don't do here, we don't do 9-day wonders. We as much as Jamaica is content rich, we rally back. We do a story and we rally back on the story, you know, like a few weeks later or whatever. But there's one story that we are rally every week on, and that is this. There is a convicted criminal, former MP, former junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Mr. Leslie Campbell. Every week we put him picture up and say, this man is a convicted criminal. And we say it without fear of any retaliation, legal or otherwise. Because you know why? It's true. He was found guilty of breaching the Integrity Commission Act. And therefore, and the Gleaner put it out, he's a convicted criminal. And what we're advocating for, we're saying, if Jamaica is truly serious about fighting this scourge called corruption, and you know, hear people say, oh, the stream is dirty from the top. We're saying, well, look, here's a gentleman who has been found guilty. He's now looking at a fine of $500,000 Jamaican dollars or 6 months in prison. And we're saying, forget about the fine. Send him to prison. Straight to prison. You're going to send a very, very effective message. You're going to signal the end of this idea that certain people don't go to prison. You need to do this, and every week we put in picture up and we preach the message that, listen, people, this is not going to be a 9-day wonder where the story is convicted and when you're not more about it, and then all of a sudden, 2 years from now, you're, yeah, I'm fine. He's back here, he's doing this, he's doing that. To that end, we believe that the Governor General has been pardoning people. It's called a prerogative of mercy. And we've asked them, give us the number of people that has been pardoned since 2016 till now. But we did that knowing full well that guess who's exempt from the ATI provisions? The Governor General. So enough to tell you nothing. And I wrote to the Wrote to the I wrote to the office of the Prime Minister, I think the office of the Cabinet. I wrote to the Minister of Justice, Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. I know what they said to me. They said, we have no information regarding that. You have to go to the Governor General. You believe that? You believe that? And in the same document, they say, oh, by the way, the Governor General, him not have to tell you nothing because him exempt. This is the kind of foolishness you have to put up with. But Leslie Campbell, that convicted criminal, supposed to end up in prison. And then there's another one, Miss Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. If found guilty, she's facing a fine of $2 million and 2 years in prison. And we say, take back the concession, the duty when you give her for the Mercedes-Benz if she's found guilty. Make sure pay all of the necessary taxes. And guess what we're going to do after that? Prison. Straight prison. Make sure you go to prison, go language for a year or 2 years. And then that message send a very powerful message, because I'm telling you, Mrs. Webb, you know what's going to happen now with the corruption index coming out? Jamaica is going to plunge. Jamaica is at 44. Anything below 50 is considered very corrupt. And based on what the Prime Minister is doing, the Prime Minister suing his own government. And now him friend, when put in power, him friend, when put them Mr. Dr. McCoy as the Attorney General. No, you saw the judge though. A masterful stroke. The judge say, hey, guess what? We never put him on all of the lawsuits, all of the action before now. Well, guess what? Serve him. Him have to come and represent now the government. So now him friend, him have to face him friend. This is a nonsense what we have to put up with. And guess what? People in Jamaica, either a lot of them don't know about what's going on, and a lot of them don't care because they're busy trying to put food on the table.
Oh boy, it's a depressing discussion, tell you the truth. But you know, I look at it and I said to myself, in any decent country, a lot of people should have stepped aside already, starting with the Prime Minister. And when you see what is happening with Leslie Campbell, a Prime Minister who is in charge should not have allowed him to continue being minister. He should have asked him to tender his resignation or fire him. And it is no wonder people in Jamaica believe that they can get away with everything because they have friends in high places who are doing all of this in broad daylight and are not facing the consequences. And so why am I bothering? Because people who have done less, you know, I remember the man who had picked some ackee from the grounds of the Governor General, who faced that sort of consequence. And here you have a man who has X amount of bank accounts, persons who have taken so much money, which could go to help the lives of Jamaicans, just getting away scotch-free. I can understand why these people are beaten into submission, because you're seeing it all around them, and they know they have no hope if they go in. And, you know, that is why I am saying that the constituency that I am representing, I'm going to be very vigilant. I look and I see the Member of Parliament at this present time, who is within the Ministry of National Security. As you see, I don't know how, and I'm not even questioning it. How is that? And
what can go so?
Yeah, but you know, one of the things I had hoped is that a number of police youth club would have been formed inside of West Rural to sort of help the whole crime situation. None of that happening. Recently, I went on a walk with the clergymen and the police within an area, within one street. There were 16 murders committed within 1 year.
Wow.
And here it is. We have a person who is second in charge in the Ministry of National Security. And this is happening. and you don't say that you have to intervene. There has to be intervention. You have to get out there and let the police understand that they cannot police unless the citizens are working with you. Let the citizens understand that for them to want safety, they have to work with the police to be able to police their area. It's working together that I'm dealing with. And it's as though I'm just happy to be MP. I'm just happy to be minister. I can curse bad word and curse off everybody and get away with it. Amen, so let it be. I mean, she should have given a national apology when she continues like that. But people laugh. And the fact that she's in charge of has not held her accountable. And I'm hoping above all hope. And I've seen some moves of my own Prime Minister to be, Comrade Mark, that he is bringing down the axe. And I say to him, you know, you may not be 100% right, but you have to take charge. And I'm happy that certain things that he's doing, and I believe he's going to be a great Prime Minister for this country.
Let me say this to you, Mrs. Webley, because this has been dawned on me from, as we mentioned, the behavior of one of Jamaica's. That is why I don't want no order of old donkey, Mrs. Webley. I don't want no national award because you have some convicted criminals, child molesters, and people who disrespect the Jamaican people getting order of old donkey, order of old jackass, and all kind of old order of this. I don't want it. You have a person like Everald Warmington sitting in the parliament who continue to disrespect people of this country. He referred to Mark Golding, a born Jamaican, as Bucky Master. If you go back as England, go to Prime Minister or something. And the Jamaican people running with it. My question to you tonight, Mrs. Webley, as a Jamaican citizen, a woman of the soil, a nanny of the maroon, who wants to represent the people of West Rural St. Andrew, is this the behavior that we, the Jamaican people, gonna continue seeing in the parliament, and nobody in the parliament call out the behavior of those two individuals, Everald Warmington, who is dubbed Mrs. Warmington, and Juliet Cuthbert Flynn? If you were in the parliament, Mrs. Webley, would you sit down and just shut your mouth, ma'am, and don't say anything about it, ma'am?
Absolutely not. But I will just say to you, sir, what secrets are they holding?
There you go. That's a very good question.
Are they holding? Because there can be no one in leadership, if you ran your own company, could allow any of your heads of department to behave like that and to speak to people in that manner. Not if you run your own company. Jamaica is bigger than a company. And you allow this to happen, what secrets are they holding for you?
Mrs. Webley, you speaks about West Rural St. Andrew and the crime and everything. How much people, what is the crime rate in West Rural St. Andrew now as we speak?
I honestly don't have it at the tip of my tongue, and I don't want to use a number that I'm not sure.
Okay.
For the say much too many, especially for a rural constituency. But you know, all of that happens because we don't have a system in Jamaica that is targeting youngsters from them born until they grow to prevent this crime. I have seen so many things that turns my gut around. But let us look at it. You lock up a man in prison, and he's locked up with hardened criminals. And when he comes out, he is worse than when he went in. What have we done to make sure there's a filtering? And that is why I tell you, I don't believe in states of emergency. Because I remember a young man who was locked up, very quiet young man, walking on the street going home. His only crime that he was living in a low-income area. And police raided the area and they scraped everybody. And for weeks, his mother couldn't find him. They were moving him from station to station to station to station. And by the time he came out, he was raped several times. He went mad. And that has never left my mind. Never. And every time I see young people being locked up like this, people are saying, yes, they're bad. Yes, they're bad people in this country. But you know, this song, one bad apple can spoil the whole bunch. You put one bad apple there, and you're throwing these youngsters. Raids are not done uptown, only downtown. And you lock up these young people, and you move them from station to station, and they can't afford lawyers' fee. And they don't even know how to go about getting free legal help. And you just bung them together and you throw them off to prison. And when they come out of prison, those that are in there call them because they now have their contacts. And you put on a raid in here and they're gone to there. You put on a raid over there and they're gone over here. And Hanover, where I born, where I used to just praise the fact that, why, we don't have crime in Hanover. The other day, it was the biggest crime belt. Little Hanover. You know, when I got married and my husband took me into Hanover, I took him there at least to show him where I come from. He said, then, Joe, how you find out about town? Coming out of this far boat. I mean, I can't believe my little Hanover has come to this. And we have to not just pay attention to school leavers. We have to pay attention to school beginners. There is this, it is said that you have to bend a tree in the way it should grow. You have to start that from down there. And many of the schools here in early childhood does not even get a subvention from government. And we stop teaching certain things in school, and you know we are behaving as though we're in the Wild West.
So Mrs. Webley, and we're going to wrap up now, but I'm actually going to ask his two final questions. But I have to ask this question too. Where you see Jamaica now as a politician, a former member of parliament, a former minister, and now a person who is vying to become the member of parliament for West Rural St. Andrew. Yeah. Where you see this country, a country where, I know I said this to you before, $3 trillion gone down the drain, $1 billion accountable for. In which modern democracy you can see all of this stupidness going on and nothing is being done. If you are if the People's National Party gains state power, and this is going on in the party, what would you say? What would you do? Or what would you say to the party leader and Prime Minister?
I would have to say to you that I personally would not stand for it. I am looking at Jamaica today as a people who we are blessed. We are the best at anything we go to, and we're also the worst at some things. There is no place in this world that you go to and you don't hear the reggae music. We are not taking full advantage of what we have in our culture. We have so much to sell in Jamaica that is just passing us by, because I do not believe we have people who have the knowledge or are thinking people. If I was looking on the outside and not a Jamaican, I would just look at us as, you know, a set of no good people. But I know different. Jamaica is in a bad place.
Mrs. Webley, hold on for me. I don't want anybody to take this out of context and social media. That Joan Gordon-Webley said that Jamaican people are no good. So repeat what you said, that these people on social media who love to carry things their way. That you did not say anything like that. So that's, you know, please.
Thank you for allowing me to repeat that. I'm saying if I were not a Jamaican, and I'm viewing all of what is happening, 3 trillion down the drain, no head roll. The Warmingtons and the like of him, the way they speak to people in the public and in the parliament, no head roll. A prime minister who cannot pass an integrity commission, no head rolls. I would think that we are a people of no good. But I know different. We all know different. We stand tall in any country, anywhere we go, and here in Jamaica. Our music cannot be compared. Our athletes cannot be compared. Our food cannot be compared. And I see so many things that we have not yet tapped into, that I know that this Mark Golding government is going to tap into, to carry us further. But I want to say that I also believe firmly that were we or any of our members behave like that under the Mark Golding government, they will not last. And I myself will be one of those who will speak out. And even if it hits me deservingly, I too will have to take that, because we have to set examples. That's what we are supposed to do. Set example for our children to look at us and say, you know, yes, this is my mom or this is my dad. We are not doing this country. We are doing this country a disservice.
Yes.
As leaders.
Yes. Mrs. Webley, your views on Jamaica becoming a republic. Because there has not been a town hall meeting in West Rural St. Andrew.
No.
There has not been a town hall meeting in what the place name? Wake me a bit? Or give me a bit. There's none up there. There has not been one in the Jamaican diaspora. And I keep on saying to the Jamaican people that if you want to reform our constitution, at present the Jamaican people don't vote for a prime minister. And I think the time has come for us in this country to vote for a leader. It cannot be that Jamaica has a Westminster system of government from England, and we vote for a party. Andrew Holness, people vote for him as MP, but yet he's the Prime Minister for Jamaica. Vice versa with the People's National Party. If Jamaica gonna become a republic nation, the people of this country must be able to vote for a president of the people, for the people, and by the people. A prime minister of the people, for the people, and by the people. We do not want any more ceremonial head in this country. Because all they do is go around, cut ribbon and yam. Go around, cut ribbon and eat, and have billions of dollars of taxpayers' money go down the drain. Your take on it. Do you believe in a ceremonial head, or do you believe that the people should vote for their leaders, ma'am?
My personal view, I do not believe that we should have a ceremonial head. I do believe that the people should vote for their person. And I am saying right now that we need a lot of political education to hit every corner of Jamaica. Yes, we do.
So if for instance saying that man should put on his green clocks, ring the bell and call the election, and the People's National Party should gain state power. Presently now, the People's National Party, I think, is saying that they should go for a ceremonial head. Would you say to the party leader or the Prime Minister, Mark Golden, no. Let's go for what the people are saying. Would you say that to him, ma'am?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Rattigan, I yield to you, sir. 2 questions and we're going to wrap up.
Yep.
Or you have 3?
No, most comments. Mrs. Webley, it's been a pleasure talking to you. You're such a refreshing soul and you're a brave soul too, because a lot of people won't come on Jeffrey's program because I'm afraid of the tough questions, so we have to come in on that. But here's what I would suggest, right? And it's just a suggestion. I've been looking at, like I said, my focus is government, not opposition. Because when I say government, in a technical way, the opposition is part of the government, because if you look at the chart, it says government of Jamaica includes the Senate and the House of Representatives, and we have opposition members there. So, but in a colloquial sense, right? When we say government, we're talking about the party that won the election. And what we're doing, and I would like to see more of it done, is this. I'm looking at the 2016 and the 2020 manifestos and the promises made in those manifestos. I'm looking at the 100-day promises. I'm also looking at promises made at the conferences, and there is so much there. So many promises made, so many promises unfulfilled. And we know what's coming. More of the same, more promises. And I would just hope that the opposition would start looking into this and start exposing. We are doing what we need to do to expose. But again, one hand can't clap. You need one hand to wash the other, and the two of them wash the face. And this is just my idea of holding government accountable. Somebody asked a question earlier, and Turner asked me to explain this. Somebody asked about the Governor General. To be clear, the Governor General is recommended by the Prime Minister to the monarchy. The monarchy is responsible for appointing the Governor General. If the monarchy say we don't want him, they have never done that, to the best of our knowledge. But they have the power, the right, and the responsibility to say, we don't want this person that you're recommending. But that's the way it works. The Prime Minister does not appoint a Governor General. He recommends a Governor General to Buckingham Palace. And then Buckingham Palace put a rubber stamp on it and said, okay, fine, we're good with this person. So that's how that works. So the other thing is, Mr. Golding said that he supports diaspora representation in the Senate. In fact, I think he said two seats. The Prime Minister said the same thing when he was in the opposition. When he became Prime Minister in 2016, I heard him with my 2 ears them. My 2 ears, not even ears. Ears, me hear him say it. Right? that they're coming up with a mechanism so that diaspora members can vote and can take their rightful place in the Senate. Now, Jeffrey just mentioned the Constitutional Reform Committee's report and the bill. If you go through that bill, you will see that there is nothing in there about diaspora representation in the Senate. And they'll tell you that this doesn't require a simple majority. It requires 2/3 of both houses and a referendum because it's a deeply entrenched provision. You're talking about taking a seat in the parliament, in the legislature, making laws, passing bills to collect taxes and all of that stuff. Very important. So it's a deeply entrenched provision. What I would like to see is, I would like to see the opposition stress this even more and show a difference between itself and the colloquial government. Likewise with the manifestos and the conference speeches and the 100-day promises and all the other promises that he's made. I would like to see a distinction made. We are making that distinction, but we are just one voice. And we're not running for election. So that's why I keep going back to the point of saying that we need to see more from the opposition. I'm not an opposition supporter. I'm a person who wants to hold the government accountable. And we need all the voices. We need all the hands on deck. We need all the voices we can get to shout in unison saying, we do not approve of this style of governance. We do not approve of it. And then it's up to the voters, not up to me. All I can do is to provide the information and trust that they will become informed and educated voters and not vote for somebody, PNP or JLP, simply because your neighborhood is a PNP or JLP garrison, or your mother used to, and your father and your uncle, your whole family, your whole lineage, they voted for a particular party. We need to stop that. We need to vote on tabletop issues, kitchen table issues, issues that affect you, your family, your community, and by extension, that beautiful island we call Jamaica. We need to start doing that. And the quicker we get the opposition to start doing whatever they were elected and paid to do, the better it will be. Because sometimes we feel like we're just a voice crying out in the wilderness because we just don't see it enough. And the reason why I'm telling you this is because Jeffrey's on, I don't know, 3 times a week, 4 times a week. I'm on 3-4 times a week, and we have other people on 3-4 times a week, and we're hammering that message home, and the message is starting to take hold. We have people in Jamaica calling our programs now, expressing themselves, and we're very, very proud and thankful for that. But we need more voices. We're trying to get more people involved, and the information is there. The information is there. So we just need to see more from the opposition.
I will pass the message, and I just want to thank you for having me on your program, and I want to thank your listeners for listening, and I am excited to move into the next step of my life and into the next government when that happens. But I can guarantee you that I am going to be holding myself accountable. I do not like the situation where each time you speak to someone who is talking to you about what's happening and they say, well, you used to. Yes, that may be the situation then, but no, this is what we're talking about. You are in government, you are the governing party, you must govern, and I expect my party, when it gets there, to set the example that I know that it will set. And if it doesn't happen, I know that my leader will make sure that he holds us accountable and will do what is necessary to make sure that he restores faith in politicians in his next term. He has a hard job to do, but I believe all of us that sit within the People's National Party hierarchy understands that we cannot continue the same way as the government is now continuing. And please continue to hold us accountable. Bring us back to the program. Call me when I'm there and say to me, you said this. I'm holding you accountable to it. And I've made my notes while I'm talking to you to make sure that I listen and I carry the message as you have said it here. But I do believe that we do have a challenge getting our stories across through the media. My team has made a website. And that's the challenge. My team has made a website now so that we can carry the message of West Rural St. Andrew as number one and carry the message of the party and the message of Jamaica, because we are not held in a vacuum in a constituency. We are part of a whole. I want to thank you for having me this afternoon, this night, and please feel free to call me anytime.
Before you go, I just have two quick things. You know, I'm hoping Chronix, that popular reggae artist, one of my favorite reggae artists, he has a line in a song, and him say that the two party them act like a party them, you know. I mean, I hope we get to change that. I hope that we not get that line, because that line it doesn't speak well of the political situation in Jamaica. When you hear, because when you say, oh, this current government is functioning, and you hear the line that the two parties them act like a party them, you know, it sounds like there's collusion. It sounds like there's no difference. It sounds like, you know, no better herring, no better barrel. And I, for one, do not believe that. And this is just based on the empirical evidence I'm looking at, because this composition of the PNP has never been in power. Mark Golding has never been prime minister. So you can't compare him and say, well, then this and that. What we can do is, and there shouldn't be a comparison with another party. It should be you, because you meaning the government, you promised. You said, get rid of this party that's in power, the PNP. Get rid of them because crime is high, the economy is tanking, blah, blah, blah. We're going to fix it. And here it is after 9 years. It's worse than when they took it. So that's the comparison, when you got it and where you are right now. And
that's correct.
The last thing I have to say is this. Do you think, because your party, the opposition, they're looking at all, they're witnesses to what's going on. They can't do much about what's going on because of the sheer numbers, but they're witnessing everything that's going on. How much of a honeymoon period do you think should be afforded to you when you become, because the thing I mash up right in front of your eyes? But people, I think people will want a quick fix, you know. So that's why I'm asking about priorities, saying you better. I hope that the opposition them already have some low-hanging fruits at them. Say once we go in, we start fix some of them things that we can fix right now, because people are going to be restless, and them I can tell you right now, they're not gonna sit around and listen to rhetoric saying, well, you know, them did have it and them mash it up for 9-10 years, whatever. So now we get it and we have to try. So how much of a honeymoon, I know it's a tough question, but how much of a honeymoon period do you think it's going to take before people start saying, okay? Or before you start saying, okay?
I don't know that we are going to have any honeymoon.
Okay.
Because people are so anxious. And, you know, I normally speak to them in the constituency and I say to them, you know, a political party is not a birthday party where we have our friends and our companion. A political party is there for everyone. And we must open our doors, we must open our hearts, and we must make sure that we talk and deal with everyone. When I see the list of the 100 days that this Prime Minister made and the unfulfilled promises, 8.5 years later, I say to myself, I know Mark Golden, I believe. And it's not going to happen. It cannot happen to us. We have to have a checklist from day one. And we have to make sure, I also say to them in my constituency, listen, we don't even know what we're going to find. Remember, you know, we are outside now. we have no idea what we're going to find when we get into government. Maybe we are just seeing the tip of the iceberg.
And that is why, Mrs. Webley, I'm counting on you, ma'am, because I've been saying this on my program. When Mark Golding become the prime minister of this country, before he does anything or appoint any minister, every single government entity across this country must be audited. The mayor for Kingston and St. Andrew promised us that, and nothing has been done. Every single government entity in this country must be audited.
But
they must. But I want to correct you there, because the mayor has invited in the auditors, and that's happening. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's happening. He's very serious, and
but you know what, Jeffrey? if I were advising the Mark Golding administration, I would have said, listen, you don't have to reinvent the wheel, because guess what? The Auditor General has done most of the lifting for you already.
Very true.
The Auditor General has done most of the lifting. Just go back and look at her report, and then you can use JAMP's report. JAMP's report is a collation of everything there, where she put everything in a nice format where you can actually go through and you get it quickly, as opposed to going through the Auditor General. But it's between JAMP and the Auditor General. It's done. And then don't forget the Integrity Commission. To them have a lot of investigation going on, and some of them they're published on their site. So I mean, all the new administration has to do is just get in. Well, not start pulling up your sleeves now, so that once you get in, you start working. We don't need no honeymoon period, and then we are here say, well, this did mash up and we have to try. No, because you're witnessing it. It's not like you're coming in and you're surprised. You see what's going on.
We are, but again, as I said, the people are very anxious, and they tend to throw around the things that you're all the same. I mean, one of the things they continually point out to me, look at what Roel Reid did, and we have not heard anything about it. It's as though these things are on the back burner. If it was a poor man, he would have been behind bars long ago. And we have to try to instill in our, the way we speak, the way we behave, the way we work, a certain integrity that will make people start to gain confidence in their government and their country. And I do believe the team that I sit around a table with week after week understands that the people are tired, and we don't want an explosion. We don't. So we are going to have to do what is to be done, and people must be held accountable for all that has happened, all that has been made public, and maybe more that will be made public once they're out of office.
I keep saying one last thing, but let me just say this. Mrs. Webley, sometimes people talk and you start parse through their words, and you can see through them, and you can actually see into the soul of the person. You can see the mind, and you can just say this person is like a scammer. It's like this person. Them just tell you what you want to hear, and then you talk to some people and your spirit just take them, and you can just the person just seems so real, so genuine. Well, I feel a lot about you. And I'm just saying, I'm not endorsing any candidacy. I'm just saying from me to you as a person, I just sense your authenticity, your genuineness. I just, my spirit take you. How about that? Spirit. I just hope the constituents members, I hope them spirit take you too, because you just seem like the right person for this, and I wish you well in this endeavor, that in this path that you've chosen. Much success.
Thank you so much. I am ready for the work, and I'm going to do good by my people.
Mrs. Webley, your final words to the people of West Rural St. Andrew, the people of Jamaica, and your Jamaicans listening in the diaspora.
If you need a worker, choose Joan Gordon-Webley. If you need someone with integrity, choose Joan Gordon-Webley. If you need someone who is going to advocate on your behalf, choose Joan Gordon-Webley. If you want someone who is knowledgeable, choose Joan Gordon-Webley. I will get the job done. I cannot promise that I will be all things to all men, but I'm going to promise that I'm going to be the hardest worker you've ever had. Thank you.
Mrs. Joan Gordon-Webley, Nanny of the Maroon, a daughter of the Sile. And she has a daughter in the background there, our good friend Will. And I want she's properly attired. I want to see her. Come, sit down next to mommy. You sit down next to mommy.
They'll come back, come here.
Come.
My life.
There she is.
Same man. She's
there. She is.
Yeah, I remember her.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
Yeah, I remember her. Yeah.
My good friend, someone who I can talk to, and she'd get things done. When she spoke to me about her mom, because I've been trying to get Mrs. Webley on from Wappy Kill Philip.
Wappy Kill Philip?
Yes.
No, in Kill Philip.
No, I think, it's funny. I was, of course, hearing the conversation, and I thought it was so interesting that so much time was spent by you both belaboring the point that there needs to be more communication, there needs to be more of a messaging, and you need to hear more agitation. The truth is that my mother is always working. She's often out in the streets. Before she was properly or fully announced here in West Rural, she was supporting the Clean Cities work that's happening in KCMC. And if people are driving in downtown, they will see her in the middle of George William Grant Park in the garden, cutting and digging flowers and the rest of it as well. So she's a very hands-on person. She's very much in the field, on the ground. So it's been me sort of impressing upon her as well that this part is important. Just as much as doing the work, it's making sure that people are hearing you and understanding where you're coming from, because not all politicians is the same, and they need to be able to hear from you and be able to understand who you are, because at the end of the day, they need people like you who are going to go in there and really work for them. So I give thanks for the space.
No, I know mommy going to do it, and I just want to tell mommy that there's an opposition lawmaker by the name of Hugh Graham, right? Because we not spear punches around us, so we call balls and strikes. We don't care which party. And it says here that he attended only one of at least 37 meetings in the House of Representatives in 2024, and that he missed major debates affecting his constituents while collecting more than 13.76 million in basic salary for the calendar year. And they said, in fact, over the past 2 years, Graham attended only 14 of 93 meetings, a 15% attendance rate, with basic salary of about 25.9 million. That's disgraceful.
Oh, there's no word for it. And right. We must get into an era where we call these people out.
Indeed.
Call them out.
And I want to invite you on Visit the Rattigan program also, Mrs. Webley. Yes. So we're going to organize that you can go on Ratti's program one of these days. And it's a Saturday, and I know you're always busy on a Saturday, so I don't know how you're going to work this out.
No, well, the good thing is that the program is from 3 to 8, so you can pick any time between 3 and 8 that you want to come on. It's fine. Yeah. And if you can't make it from 3 to 8, we have a program on Wednesday night. But that's usually reserved, that's an outgrowth of the Saturday program, because we can't take phone calls on the Saturday program because it's too hectic. So we have a Wednesday program where we say call in, and we're brave like you, we take questions on any subject, physics, maths, astronomy. We tell them call and ask about. But one thing we say, we're not promise we'll give you an answer right there and then, but we promise that we will get you an answer maybe by the next program. So
wonderful.
I pray and I hope that the hierarchy of the People's National Party will come on programs like these, because I've been inviting the General Secretary, and of course he doesn't answer. He not even said dog or drunk, bro. I'm sorry, I can't come on. He doesn't answer. No, I am being straightforward. Dayton Campbell, I have WhatsApped him many times, and Dayton Campbell refused to answer my WhatsApps.
Well, Mrs. Webley, I have the opposite problem. You know what I do? I invite all of the people in our government, you know. I invite the Prime Minister, I invite his wife, I invite Mr. Vaz, I invite Mr. Montague, I invite Mr. Chang, I invite Mrs. Kamina Johnson Smith. I invite the spokespeople. I invite them. I say, come on anytime. They run like say
so you're so inviting.
Them run like something synchronia. Them not come at all. No, them not come.
I'm the brave one.
well. Leader Golden has come on my program many times. I've spoken to him his secretary a couple days ago, and they're promising he'll come on. They're gonna just sort out some stuff, and he can come on. I had Bobby Montague on my program many times, but anybody else, no, come on Tavares program because you know him at this and him at that.
The only person who saw it fit to appear on my program was Tom Tavares Finson. Twice. And he was supposed to come back the third time. And he's disappearing in the wind. I haven't heard from him. The first two times, I won't say what they were like, but, lively discussions. And then he just decided not coming back. But none of them.
I will touch base with my colleagues and tell them how important this is. I will.
Please do, because this is something that Jamaica. I want you to watch, Mrs. Webley. I know you have to run, but watch this for me, because this person here who said this is the late senator of the United States. Somebody who I look up to, and I'm pretty much sure I look up to this person. I want you to watch this video here.
I got arrested a few times. During the 60s, I went to jail 40 times. Since I've been in Congress, I've been arrested another 5 times. And I'm probably going to get arrested again for something. I'm not suggesting that any of you should go out and get arrested. But when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, stand up and say something. Do something. I gave a little blood on that bridge in Selma 53 years ago. I almost died. Some of my friends and colleagues were murdered in Mississippi and other places. I'm not asking any of you to give any blood. I'm just asking you to go and vote like you never voted before. We have to vote. The vote is the most powerful, nonviolent instrument or tool we have in a democratic society, and we must use it. Use it. Go out and vote. Let's go out and vote. Go and vote. Go and vote.
Wow.
My thing tonight before we go, the soul of Jamaica's democracy relies on we, the Jamaican people. When the time comes for you to vote, go out and vote. I do not care who you vote for, what party you vote for, but Jamaica, at this point of time in our lives, Jamaica and Jamaicans, the soul of our democracy is at risk. It relies on you, the Jamaican people. And I say to the People's National Party tonight, if you all should gain state power, be for the people, of the people, and by the people. Be a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Do not be an arrogant government. Do not be a wanna-be dictatorship government. That's not what Michael Manley Party is for. Be a government of the people, for the people, walk with the people, sit with the people, eat with the people. You walk hills and valley to gain state power. You walk hills and valley to become a member of parliament. Still walk hills and valley with the people. That's all I have to say, Mrs. Webley. Thank you very much for coming on. Thank my good friend Joan, who allowed her mom to come on. She's the tech subby behind everything here, you know. You know? Joan and Mrs. Webley, thank you so much. And I wish you all the best. And just remember, people from West Rural St. Andrew, this program here is the election station for 2025. So election night, join us. As we come on election night, we'll be coming to you live election night. And I hope I can call Mrs. Webley on election night and congratulate her, and she can speak to her people from this platform.
We look forward to that. We look forward to exactly that. Thank you so much for the opportunity, you know.
And please ask anyone who wishes to get in touch with us. We have a website.
That's
JoanGordonWebley.com. That's
Say it again for us.
JoanGordonWebley.com. The name that you won't forget, the name that you need to remember, especially on election day. JoanGordonWebley.com. All of our messages and our vision is there.
Mrs. Webley, you said something before we came on. We said the woman of integrity. Can you repeat that again for us, please? That people can resonate with it. Please do.
If you want someone who's going to take care of your business in West Rural St. Andrew, vote for Joan Gordon-Webley. If you want someone with integrity, vote for Joan Gordon-Webley. If you want someone who is a hard worker, vote for Joan Gordon-Webley. If you want someone who will respect your views, who will treat you with respect and not speak down to you, vote for Joan Gordon-Webley. In me, you're going to have a true worker. I am asking you to put West Rural St. Andrew in my hands, and I will deliver for you. Thank you. Thank you.
There you have it. Mrs. Joan Gordon-Webley, caretaker, PNP caretaker for West Rural St. Andrew. She will be up on election night. Will she become the next member of parliament for West Rural St. Andrew? Let us all see her. Ask the people of West Rural St. Andrew to give her that opportunity. On behalf of all of us here, on behalf of my good friend, our co-host, Wilfred Radigan, I want to say thank you very much, Mrs. Gordon-Webley, for coming on.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I hope members of West Rural in the diaspora will be in touch with me. And
indeed,
inside of West Rural and East Rural and all the other constituencies will be in touch with me.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for coming on. God bless you. May God bless you, and may you continue to fight for the poor people of our country and beyond. God bless you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mr. Rattigan, hold on there for me. We want to say thanks to Mrs. Webley for coming on. Ratty, somebody said to me that it was a fruitful discussion. You asked the tough questions as usual, and we get answers. At least we have people who will come onto our programs and speak to us, you know, and I hope and pray that we continue to do the work for the people of Jamaica. Sometimes I don't feel like coming on, you know. I'm being honest with you. Sometimes I don't feel like coming on. Because you know why? There you go. You have to fight for those people behind there. Indeed. And one of the reasons why I keep coming on to, behind me here, you see our change, our Jamaica, our choice. I got that from John Lewis. And the change that we seek in this country have to come from us as Jamaicans. And the change that we seek right now start from us. Arizi Rattigan and Jeffrey Tavares and others. Rattigan, thank you for coming on, my friend. May God bless you.
Bless up.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll talk soon.
Yeah, man. Cool.
We'll talk soon like in a few hours.
Indeed. In a few minutes. Yeah, because we have to have our own table talk tonight with Tigo, you know.
Yeah, Tigo watch, man.
Yeah, man, because you know He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to deep dive in the Mexican cartels, you know. Find people stick fire the Jimmy signal the plane. All right. Thank you all very much for coming on. On behalf of all of us here, I'm Jeffrey Tavares saying so long. I want to say thanks to Joan Gordon-Webley. Thanks to her daughter, Joan Gordon. Webley also, because she have her mother's name. I think it's Joan Elizabeth Webley, yes. I want to say thank you for so much for reaching out to us and letting your mom come on this program. Thanks to Mrs. Joan Gordon-Webley who came on and speak out for her people, because she's somebody who I admire. She's somebody who I know. And, you know, she stand up for poor people. She will continue to fight for the poor class of people. And I wish her all the best in her endeavors to become the next member of parliament for West Rural St. Andrew. May God bless Jamaica. May God bless the people of Jamaica. Have a great night, everyone. Good night.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk.
I got arrested a few times. During the 60s, I went to jail 40 times. Since I've been in Congress, I've been arrested another 5 times. And I'm probably going to get arrested again for something. I'm not suggesting that any of you should go out and get arrested. But when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, stand up and say something. Do something. I gave a little blood on that bridge in Selma 53 years ago. I almost died. Some of my friends and colleagues were murdered in Mississippi and other places. I'm not asking any of you to give any blood. I'm just asking you to go and vote like you never voted before. We have to vote. The vote is the most powerful nonviolent instrument or tool we have in a democratic society, and we must use it. Use it. Go out and vote.
Let's go out and vote. Let's go out and vote, Jamaica. When the time comes, let's go out and vote. Have a great night. Thanks to all my friends on TikTok. Thank you so much for coming on. All my viewers on TikTok, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for being a part of the Make We Talk program. Until you hear my voice again, may God bless you. May God bless our island home, Jamaica land we love. Good night, everyone.